Laurie's improved every day, 72, 70, 69. Nicholas, 69, 69, 72. I'm amazed now when you look at players, they've got drinks on every tee, they've bananas and fruit, and dear old Ivor goes on and on.
Paul Laurie.
I mean, he doesn't drone on and on, he's just always there. He's always there, like old Father Thames. This little plane's droning overhead, probably pulling along some sign saying, "Come to Auntie Bella's tonight for a happy hour." No. Wrong place, wind across, right to left, plenty of room to the right of the flag.
On the tee from Sweden, Nicholas Fast.
Well, at least it looks to be in the middle of the bunker. Funny sort of day this is going to be, because you want to attack, but you can't attack. Today is going to be for good ball striking, and good composure, and some good luck. Need a bit of all those.
I think more so the good ball striker today, Peter. Luck is always part of it, obviously, but the good ball strikers, the course is set up really well and tight. Nicholas Fast on the first, 211 to the flag. Good opening shot there from Fast. Have you got a pick today, Peter, or you?
Well, I thought there's been a lot of hopeful remarks made about Montgomery, but I think we shouldn't forget Wales and Ireland, Darren Clark, Woosnam. Langer I fancied at the beginning of the day. He's a very fine player. Davis in trouble here at the 13th, and you see, so this is the start of his run for home. He's won a lot of money, and he's been enormously successful. At times, Davis Love has showed a touch of frailty, and we'll see it over these next half a dozen holes if it's there.
Sutherland here for birdie putt on 3. One of only a few Americans up there on the top, near the top of the leaderboard. Very European look this week.
Third shot for Love. Too much spin, back it goes. It looks odds on a 5. And then he's faced with half a dozen holes that are very difficult.
Tiger Woods on 5, this long par 3. It's not too late for Tiger to make a bit of a charge. Believe me, if he gets his name up around the leaders, they'll all be taking notice, but it's a very tall hill to climb.
Bob Estes, one of the early starters, finishing up. This for a 3. And beautifully done, and that's around the 66. He was almost out with the bunker rakers this morning, 32-34, under very trying conditions, so it shows what can be done, and that will take him well up the leaderboard and certainly cover his expenses for the week.
Well, a lot of the great men have arrived on the practice ground, and of course so many of the crowd looking forward today to seeing Colin Montgomery doing well, and I must say he's looking incredibly relaxed. On the first couple of rounds, he disappeared into that tightliest van to have a bacon roll or a sausage and a sarnie beforehand, and they said it kept him relaxed. He didn't do that yesterday, had his worst round of the day. So they're hoping that he's going to disappear in there again at some point today and hopefully meet up with David O'Leary, the Leeds manager. Of course, Colin's a great Leeds fan. Now, if we just move a little bit further along the range, we'll see Retief Goosen here, who many people think has got the chance of adding this Open to his US Open title. He's talking to Jos van Stiphout, the sports psychologist, or mental coach as he calls himself, who's helped Retief really improve mentally in the last couple of years. And interestingly, he's standing next to his fellow countryman Ernie Els, who also has just started working with Jos van Stiphout this week. So it'll be very interesting to see what Ernie can do today.
Well, I'm down on the putting green, and Darren Clarke's got one of his latest putting gadgets to improve his putting stroke, one of these metal bars. And you use it for alignment and making sure your stroke is absolutely in order. Talking to his manager, Andrew Chandler, his caddy Billy Foster there, got the cigar going. And just as we come to him, he stops doing it. But it's an interesting gadget, a little hole in the end of it where you place the ball, and you putt backwards and forwards and try and get the ball to roll down like a ruler. And it helps with your alignment of the club face and your stroke. Darren, give us a nudge. Oh. That's how you do it. It makes it look very easy, but it's not as easy as it looks. Anything slightly out and the ball leaves the ruler.
They're not footballers, just to tell them what you're doing wrong.
Sorry?
You're not got any footballers then, just to tell them what you're doing wrong.
Now.
Tiger Woods on the hole that gave him some aggravation off the tee particularly. He hasn't found the fairway too often. 2 par 5s in a row now, needs to birdie them both. Wind across from the right. And that's the best drive he's hit here. That's still going to the edge, but it's going to be okay.
It's a big improvement on yesterday, isn't it, Peter?
It is, yes. He's got to do something dramatic. Davis Love for his par at the 13th. It's a marvellous effort.
Go back down to the second tee. This is fast. After we saw that brilliant iron shot on the first hole, he went on to make that for his birdie, moved to 4 under. He had a good week last week in Loch Lomond until the Sunday. Not quite the best weekend for him, but his form has been quite solid. A lot of discussion going on here with this tee shot. Doesn't move the ball a little bit right to left, and the breeze is coming off the right. Safely in the fairway for fast.
Sunshine as well.
Davis Love now at the 14th. He held that little putt but dropped a stroke. Now the danger begins. They applaud. Well, that should be straight, and it is.
Paul Lawrie now, tee shot on second. Hung that out to the right.
Ooh, lucky boy, eh? Lucky boy there, Wayne.
Very lucky. There's a bunker there, the other side of that hill that they've got to carry, and it looks like he's caught that right off the toe. And very fortunate to get away with that. He's got a long way left for his second shot.
David Dixon. He was again to the right, in trouble. Third shot. So odds on a 5. A couple of pushed tee shots have been rather expensive.
Well, this par 5 really offering up a good birdie chance for both players here. Steve Stricker just 206 yards left to the pin, very much downwind, and of course the ground very firm now, ball rolling some 20-30 yards at least on landing. He's playing almost exactly downwind, 206, 185 to the front, but if he's going to land it there are bunkers right and left, so it needs a very accurate shot. Really probably not much more than about a 7-iron for Steve Stricker.
Right to left. See the flag, right flag, right side of the yes.
Of course, the thing about links course, Americans not used to playing it, but they do seem to adapt pretty well. But like everybody, if you're going to land the ball short, you do need a little bit of luck here. Sometimes the ball gets thrown over to the right, and there is a very deep bunker, I think newly revetted faces, and they can prove quite a challenge to these players. But it must look a very inviting sight for Stricker right now. Must have birdie at least in mind.
The pin on this 6th hole is well back in the green today. 21 on, 4 off the right. Centre of the green is the safe shot. Just started on the flag. Breeze off the right, just let it feed back into the middle of the green.
The flag's flying just like that over there.
The wind's been pretty constant all morning, but it is getting a little fresher as the day progresses. So I think with it from the right, I'll be trying just to hold this off just a little bit.
Okay.
Well, it just caught one of those front bunkers on the left-hand side. He's trying to hold that up into the wind. The wind's a little stronger than the players can probably feel down there on the fairway when it gets up above, the ball gets up above the trees on the right.
Davis Love, 14th hole, second shot.
Ride it, come on.
Yeah, beautiful shot. I remember years ago, well, I'll tell you about that later.
Yeah.
Driver 332 yards from Tiger, leaving only 164 yards to the front. The problem he's got, though, the ball is just above his feet, and that usually makes you draw the ball. And on an upslope, that also makes you draw the ball, and the wind is from the right, so he's got to fight that tendency. And just again, hold the club face open through impact.
About the ball being on the upslope, we've come out much higher. Tiger was a full club short there for his second on this 6th hole, although it is a par 5. Outside opportunity for an eagle. He's coming off 2 birdies on 4 and 5.
Philip Price. This is his 3rd shot at the 11th. Look at the flag there, not moving at all. This little corner sheltered by the trees, and that was a bit ham-fisted. Very ham-fisted. Off the green. We have news from the front, in fact, that was his 5th shot after that wonderful run of 5 birdies in a row. You haven't got to do much wrong here to get into trouble, and that's why I'm going to have a fascinating look at Davis Love over these closing holes, because he is in a very strong position. Should he birdie this 14th hole that he's on at the moment, and maybe another birdie and the rest pars, he could set a target that might win the day, which is a fascinating prospect, because Davis Love went off at 5 minutes to 10 and has played extraordinary golf, and here he is. And I remember myself finishing here with a 66 many moons ago, and I thought, well, if the wind gets up and we have a small earthquake, I could nick this. And guess who was the first one to come in and pit me? His father, who was Davis Love II, or 11, depending on your point of view. But he was the first one to come in and nick past me, and I've really never forgiven him. I ended up about 5th or 6th, I think. Won about 400 quid.
But you don't hold a grudge, Peter, do you?
Certainly not.
Good. Go back to the first green. I think Davis, though, that bogey he made on 13 was really put the handbrakes on his run, so he does need to make that birdie on 14. Lauren Roberts from America, 3 under. Just watch this stroke. There's a really good opportunity to watch the stroke of one of the best putters in the world. Just everything stays still and just arms and shoulders, big, long, slow stroke.
3 rounds of 70. That's pretty good playing, isn't it? Very consistent. Alex Checker has had 3 rounds of 69. The only player to be under 70 each round, Alex Checker, who was in the penultimate group today, playing with Ian Woosnam.
All the crowds there of Tiger Woods on the 6th. Enormous galleries this week. I don't know whether they'll set any records, but they'll certainly go close. Good opportunity for these people to go out and watch Tiger play a few holes and wait for the leaders who won't be hitting off for about another 2 hours. We're all hoping that they might see this guy light it up.
Two putts for a birdie. And that little hollow up and over the top. Just slowing up. But that's a good putt from such long range. He's looking to hold everything, but you really can't force too many things at this game. Bright conditions, sun comes out, breezy. And Tiger has a small putt there for his 3rd birdie in a row and another par 5 coming up. So he's working to plan this thus far after dropping a shot at the first.
Davis Love, birdie putt on 14. This is to get it back to 5 under. Well, he's got the toughest stretch of the golf course to come now after this hole. 15 and 17, 2 of the toughest par 4s. 15th hole, averaging almost 4.5.
Stricker played out of the bunker at the front of the green to here. This is for a birdie. He's parred every hole so far today. And a birdie. Oh no. Just back into the wind. Might have just affected it a little bit. Bob Estes in with the 66, best round of the day. Poor old Sandy like 81 today. 301.
This Tiger Woods now to go to 3 under, 3rd successive birdie. Cut the deficit in half. Well, he's only 2 under today. It's bogeyed the first, that's right. So 3 under.
When it comes to sartorial eccentricity, there are a few people who can match Jesper Parnevik. Everyone's been complaining that it's all too black and white this year. Well, Jesper's black and white, but this is a bit unusual. Jesper, if we can disturb you for one moment. Now, these trousers are fantastic. Where do they come from?
Hey, it's Jalen de Berge from Sweden who made it for me, especially for today, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the fall collection that I'm catwalking today, if you want to call it that.
Obviously important to you how you look, but today, a very big day for you. Come so close to this championship, and it means a lot to you, doesn't it?
Oh, I mean, if just everybody knew how much it means to me. I mean, 2 runner-ups and very close call at Birkdale as well. I mean, of course, I want to win this tournament.
You made the mistake, which you admitted afterwards at Turnberry, of not looking at leaderboards. Today you will be?
Oh, definitely. With the, you know, everybody being so bunched up, I mean, it's going to be a shootout. So I think everybody wants to know where they're at today.
What do you think you've got to shoot?
It's very hard to say. I mean, nothing around par is going to do it. I know that. I would guess around 4 or 5 under.
Wish you the best luck. Thanks for your time.
Thanks a lot.
Hold the cameras, folks. Thanks.
Tiger Woods on the par 5 7th. This is the one that cost him a 7 yesterday. Drove it in the rough. Was perhaps a little too ambitious with his second. Hit it up towards the next tee, the 8th tee, unplayable. Had to go back. Ended up with a 7. He's giving it the full treatment. Quite a narrow fairway. I think that might be a good one. Oh, that's a bomber. That is a bomber.
A little more intent to that fantastic long iron on 15. Davis Love this for 3. As he hit it, there's not a time to be leaving them short. He's got a chance to get it in the clubhouse and post a score. See the frustration playing with Australian Robert Allenby. Allenby's 3 over. His championships hopes this year are gone, but probably Australia's best player at the moment is Allenby.
There's a great view of all the problems here at this 7th hole. And that really was a poor shot from Tiger, trying to be a bit too ambitious, trying to draw it in, trying to be a bit too clever. Middle of the green, let the wind take it, the slope take it up towards the hole. Very popular. I think the golfing world is enormously impressed with Tiger Woods, not only his golf, but his general public demeanor.
Davis Love for 4 on 15. This is to remain 4 under. Well, he's got the short 16th to come. With a pin on 16 today is much more accessible than it has been. He might even take the driver as an option off 16 today.
There you see all the problems at the roundabout the 7th green. Top left, middle top left, there's that bunker. Then there's that knob where those spectators are sitting, and then a couple of bunkers the other side. So there's problems, difficulties all around this green, and both players are going to have the work cut out to get close to the hole. Stricker might, do you think he might come off the bank, Bev, or do you think he'll flip it up high? Oh, he's got the putter out, the old, someone's, what's a Texas wedge? Why is it called a Texas wedge? You take a putter from off the green and give it a whack, sometimes 20, 30 yards away. Would you have picked this shot, Bev?
Yes, I probably wouldn't have put it there in the first place for 2, though. Unfortunately. Yes, I think that's a very safe play and a good lesson perhaps for everybody watching, that when it's very difficult, get the putter out. But it's not easy. It's almost one of those, the further left you go, the further the ball's going to break to the right.
So windy in Texas. I think it originated there. You took it from 20 or 30 yards off the green, so you didn't get the ball in the air and just trundled it along and hope for the best. Now, this can be embarrassing if you putt into the bunker. Up the hill, round it comes, and it's stuck. Now, trying to be a bit too canny, and suddenly you look a bit silly. Now, he's still faced with a very difficult shot.
It's a big mistake there from Stricker. But that's a lot to do with that pin position today. Players just trying to get too cute with their second shots. You really have to, if you're going to miss it anywhere, you had to be long. Just play safely to the center of the green and long.
What do you think, Tiger's going to drop it on the slope and hope the grass just pulls it up? What do you think, Wayne?
Well, this guy has got a lot of different shots in his bag, and probably he and Phil Mickelson are 2 of the best with lobbing the ball, but just by that practice swing, it looks like he's going to bump it into the bank and just try and get it over top.
It's got to get the right speed as it goes over the hill for the grass to drag it or slow it down. touch and luck. But he got the line, but you see, just too hard. Didn't want to leave it short, didn't want to do a stricker. And now odds on just a par 5 of, well, he may well hold the putt, but if he doesn't, he'll know an opportunity missed. He only had a small iron to the green for his second on this par 5.
Fast now on 3, just to move to 5 under. Good putt, straight in the middle. Well, showing no nerve so far, Nicholas Fast. Tremendous start. First 3 holes out here. Really need to play some solid golf before you get to the 2 par 5s as we go back to 7.
Wonderful view of the green, surrounded by crowds, some of them on the right there, bottom right, making their way up the 8th. He's going to putt again. I find that very interesting. If I was a betting man, I would think he might not hit this hard enough, and it could go left of the flag. Unless he's so keen to get it going, he wraps it miles by on the other side. Not a bad effort, though. In fact, it's better than not a bad effort. It's very good effort. Should be okay for a par 5. But rather like one's son-in-law, you're always hoping for something a little better.
Never quite looked at it like that, but very interesting. Now, I know, I'd just like to say hello. There's a group of Australians down in London who have finished their work this morning. Congratulations, fellas. And I know they'll all be sitting there watching the golf this afternoon. They got their job done very quickly. So, a lot of them are keen golfers. I know I'm not allowed to mention it because I cop a hiding every time I bring it up.
How many centenary golf clubs would you reckon there are in Australia, Wayne? Must be a few that have tiptoed past 100 now, 100 years old. Royal Adelaide or somewhere?
Really can't answer that, Peter. We've got...
Well, there must be some. Must have been some of those old original inhabitants. St Anne's Old Links up the road here is just celebrating its 100th. Nice club if you ever come around here. Just a mile or so, less than that from here. Good course. Happy birthday. Tiger for a 4. There'll be some whooping if this goes in. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, let's have a look at Tiger. Oh, I think he said an old 4-letter Anglo-Saxon word then. Oh, well, 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 well. That was in, wasn't it? Maybe the wind. Hit it properly, that's right. Well, disappointed, but don't blame the putt, son. Don't mumble to yourself. It was your second shot that did it. Have a look at this again. It really looks in. It looks as if it's honing right into the middle. Just there, that. Look at that. Look at that. Just.
Davis Love on 16. Now, as I said, he may take the driver on this. Pins back left today.
Oh, that's a beautiful drive, and it misses the bunker and scuttles through the back of the green. And I think he may be clear of the camera tower or the scoreboard there, and is left with a tricky one. May do no better than a 4.
Nicholas Fast on 4th tee. This tee slightly elevated. Well, he hasn't put a foot wrong yet, Fast. He's hit a lot of quality golf shots this morning. 2 under through 3 holes. Peter Ellis is taking a break now, and I'm joined by Alex Hay. Afternoon, Alex.
Yes, good afternoon, Wayne. Nice to be back, and what is looking like becoming a very exciting afternoon. Tiger Woods has made his way back there to the 8th tee. Another hole that goes right along parallel with the little railway line. He's got an iron club in his hand on this occasion. It's 419 yards, this par 4. Now, this is not a long iron, I can tell you. This is only a 4 or a 5. This isn't these 2 or 3. So he wants to keep himself well back from the green for the second shot. If you do that, of course, you've got to hit the fairway. Oh, I tell you, he may be standing a few inches below the ball, and very lucky to get away with that one.
Nick, well done. Great to see one of the oldies in contention.
I know there's a few of us up there. Woozy, Langer, and myself, and Des Smith. You know, certainly Woozy and Langer and I are all the same age. Desi's got a couple of years on us, but I think it's, you know, shows that this golf course is not about just muscling the ball and hitting it as far as you can. It's about not only hitting it straight, but controlling the distance that you hit it. And I think that's what I've done well this week, particularly the last 2 days. But I'm glad the wind's blowing today. It's I think it's going to separate the ball strikers today, I think.
Have you been looking at videos of that putt for eagle on the 17th at Turnberry and picking up the jug?
No, I haven't. But, you know, I know what's out there today. I think anyone who's been in this situation before, you know, will know the mental peaks and troughs that you'll go through, and, you know, just trying to weather all the emotions that go through you. And just basically trying to focus on the game. That's the most important thing, is not to get sidetracked and make sure that you don't make any foolish mistakes out there, be they mental or physical. So I'm really excited about today. I'm looking forward to a lot, and I'm just glad the sun's shining as well.
And playing with Darren Clarke, so you're going to have plenty of popular following, I suspect.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be too many people pulling for me in there, but, you know, that's great. Darren has played well, and, you know, he's one of the guys who's also, I suppose, got that label on him, one of the best young players not to win a major championship, and he's going to be trying very hard today, you know, and I think he's going to learn an awful lot, you know, win or lose. He's going to take a great experience away from today. But, you know, he was there in Troon, I guess, in '97 going into the last round. So we'll see how much experience he gained from there.
May the best man win.
Yeah, there's a few really good guys up there. Thanks.
Well, talking about good guys, he's also a very nice guy. Now, what about Davis Love? Through the back at 16. A bump and run that isn't going to run. And that's disappointing for such an adventurous tee shot in this great round of golf he's putting together.
US and Scottish Open champions Retief Goosen, opening tee shot. Good shot. A little bit lucky. Just run off the back of the green. The more I watch that swing, Alex, the more I like it.
Yes, it's certainly the one that you could model on.
Sergio Garcia.
This one is a little bit of an individual action. There's no question about it, but he is one of the game's hottest prospects, I think, coming after, pretty close after Tiger Woods. A fierce competitor. Now, just let's see how many wiggles and waggles he takes with his fingers. He's cutting down on that. This is no more than a 7-iron. Oh, he hit that very hard. This first hole just over 200 yards in length, and he's put it straight in the bunker. Disappointing start. Those bunkers up the left-hand side have been like magnets all week. But off he goes into a great adventure. Bunkers on the left of the green and the pin quite well up. He's got a lot of room. Hopefully he didn't plug into the green. What about this one, Wayne?
Well, this is the 8th fairway, or just off the left of the fairway. Tiger Woods' second shot, a little bit blind.
Totally blind.
pretty good shot, though. You can see from where that flag is on the left, Tiger really had no angle at the flag. And Mark James is here with us now. It was a poor par on 7 for Tiger, and then he's doesn't need to make too many more mistakes.
Stopped his momentum a bit, Wayne, as we move to Davis Love. He's obviously flubbled his chip from off the back into that bank. That was his attempt for birdie.
Nicholas Fast here at the second. In fact, it's the fourth, isn't it? Nicholas Fast, who's had a wonderful start. 2-4-3, 2 birdies. This young man, he does it seemingly every tournament. You suddenly see Nicholas Fast going several under par. So we go to Mark O'Meara.
Just in the right-hand side, Mark. Poor start yesterday when he was playing with his good friend Tiger Woods, but he came home well, and today 1 under through 6.
Now Davis Love, he's come out of this with a par. He had a crack at driving the 16th green, 359 yards, succeeded in going through it, but he couldn't cash in with the awkward little chip he left himself. Front of the Dormy house, none other than Colin Montgomerie in burgundy. I didn't know whether he would come out in dark blue today. A lot of Scots in the gallery, but then of course lots of other nations as well. How smooth is the putting stroke?
Alex, if you just have a look at that, if we can get to see a little bit of it, we might see it later on. Just the way he shuts it on the way back and opens it on the way through. Davis Love now on 17. I think Davis is, he probably knows that unless he birdies these last 2, Mark, he's out of it. He's lost his chance. There's too many players between him and...
I think you're right, Wayne. He needs, certainly, I think, to finish 6 under, absolute minimum.
We're going to have a look at this 17th hole because it's going to play a very crucial part in today's championship. Final day, 467 yards, this par 4. And you must never try to cut corners here. There's a mass of bunkers at the left-hand side. There they are. They suddenly appear into view. 7 or 8 of them. You must keep it out to the right-hand side, but some new bunkering stops you going too safe to the right-hand side. Then you play over elevated ground, so you can never see the green. We can see it now. We'll show you exactly the slopes, and there's today's pin position, a real Sunday pin position, with everything sloping and running away from it to take your iron shot further from the hole. And there's the view looking down on that self-same hole and the lovely little pattern of bunkers on the left. But it's to the first tee that we go.
Big day for Monty, this. He's done well this week. Played very nicely the last few holes yesterday. Very easy to slip right back on a day like that when things aren't going for you. Miss a few putts.
Third shot, Nicholas Fast on 4. Oh, he's handled that very well. Got some very tricky little lies and stances in these bunkers there, all tiny.
Tiger Woods, a long putt here across the 8th green. I think it's got to go a wee bit to his left. Just at the end, it started to die off the other way, but his tee shot really left him with no chance of being aggressive with the second. He played it with no more than a 4 or 5 iron, but pulled it badly.
Garcia from the left trap at the first. Got half a chance from this trap. The one further up you don't want to be in. He's played that beautifully.
He finished off last evening with the chip in. He played a lovely little chip into the bank, made 3.
Fast now for par on 4. Good putt, good save, keeping his round going. 2 under through 4 holes.
Retief Goosen for his par at the first. United States Open champion. What a double that would be if he was to add this one this afternoon.
As well as the Scottish Open.
Oh, yes, I shouldn't say I nearly forgot that. But,
you can't say that. There it is. Now, well, Retief's putter, the one he's used for the US Open and the Scottish, they've received 15,000 orders for them since his 2 wins. And Jasper's parading these pants. Now, if he was win today, you think they'd get 15,000 orders for them?
I don't know which I'd rather not have, the trousers or the putter. We've had emails about this putter asking if it's legal, because although it has been made legal, you can imagine that in the rules it says it's supposed to look like a putter, and some are saying that it doesn't look like a putter. A very small hitting area, 2 great flanges, but I can assure you it does conform.
Looks a little bit like the winged keel from the Australia's boat in the America's Cup. That was Tiger Woods for par on 8.
Davis Love, mid-iron to the 17th. Pins on the left of this hole. 15 on. Just 4 from the left side. Got to draw this in with the wind to get it anywhere near the hole. It's not his natural shot to draw.
Come on, turn it.
He's calling the wind to do the work for him. It's just gone through it a bit. It's a safe enough play. Little chip from the back edge, but can't see him getting to 6 under.
And no time for safety. He's a bit disappointed. He only made 4 back on 16 after a good tee shot. And Vijay Singh, this is for Eagle on 6. He already has 2 legs of the Grand Slam. Yes, great putt, Vijay. Well, 2 legs of the Grand Slam. Could he make it 3 today?
Now into the silence of the first tee. Anything else will be announced. May well be, of course, that Ivor has already done that for us. Looks as if he has. Now Ernie 71, and yesterday a 67. The Big Easy. That looked like a very good swing. Is he looking a little bit to the left? Very difficult hole is to judge the distance.
On the tee from Scotland, Colin Montgomerie.
And the modest applause back at the tee, and that is because the spectators are not allowed down there. Alistair's decided to make one last comment to give him confidence. .65, 70, and 73 yesterday. And that is a kindly little break. He didn't get too many of those yesterday. Maybe today will be the day.
Watching Colin Montgomerie tee off with Dennis Pugh, his coach. Tell us a little bit about the preparations that Colin made over the last hour or so, the mood he's in.
Good mood, very good mood today. He realised yesterday that he put himself into a position where he really did have to play well, and did over the last 5 holes. and came in really relaxed and took the burger break today. That was the missing link yesterday. He did take the break. Halfway through the session, he's been taking a little break, and actually I can reveal it's not a burger, it's a bacon butty.
Ah, that makes all the difference. Didn't get off to the best of start yesterday. It is so important that he plays these first couple of holes well. Solid start.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, certainly Alex said he got a kindly break there, and he did get a kindly break. Yesterday they seemed to go 50-50, calls went against him, and today if he gets the run of the ball, he's certainly hitting the ball superbly well. He's got to make a few putts. Again, the lines were the problem yesterday. He hit them where he wanted to, but they weren't the right lines.
Good pairing for him today. Already chatting away with Ernie Els there.
Yeah, that's important because Ernie's a player that's going to play the golf that he's used to playing against. Top quality, world-class player. He wanted to play with Ernie and he got what he wanted.
Will Colin be aware of the decent start that Tiger Woods has made and what's been happening out on the course?
Well, we had a full update from Butch. He was sharing the bacon butty break as well, and was saying how Tiger really yesterday was struggling with his swing technique and hitting the ball right, and just to Tiger really just tried to keep hitting the good golf shots and didn't play conservatively, which probably has cost him this championship.
A decent start also for Nicholas Fast, who's within one shot of the lead, as we go back to the commentators.
Well, once again, Nicholas Fast hits the green and acknowledges that. Nicholas Fast at 5 under.
Chip shot of Davis Love at the back of 17. Turn a bit, turn a bit. Good try. Davis, winner of the 1997 PGA Championship.
You can see that Colin's ball just perched on the top. It could just as easily have turned left and fallen deep into this bunker. And he gave that little smile to Alistair McLean. He knew that he'd got lucky just for the once. Now Ernie Els is just at the edge of the green. It was hard to believe that this man, who was 7 years the finest player in Europe, had gone 13 months until the Irish Open Championship without winning an event. So we go to the 17th.
Davis Love. Oh dear, and that's probably the end of his hopes to win this championship.
Yes, we'll have to remember how that ball turned away on that green. In the meantime, Colin. Oh, that went off a little fast. It's always a bit tricky when you come from a practice putting green, which lies in the shelter of the Dormy house. It might not be quite as quick running as the course.
Well, that was Davis Love for bogey. And that drops him back to 3 under. He really hasn't hit a bad shot for the last 4 holes, and it's been a little bit unlucky.
Woods for birdie at 9. I think you're right there, Alex. The putting green is quite lush and green in the trees, and out on the course things are just burning up slightly now. Greens are turning brown, picking up speed. Tiger leaves it short. You can't believe it.
Now back to the first, and I wonder what effect that shot of Montgomery will have with Ernie. A similar type of shot coming down off a bank. You never know how that green grass there will slow it. And it did on this occasion. You cannot help but be influenced by your playing partner's result. He's going to finish this off for 3.
Nicholas Fast on the 5th. Used to play very, very slowly, this fellow. We called him Nicholas Not So Fast for a while. But he's quickened back up again. And he's doing very well in this championship.
Just get Dennis Pugh, Colin's coach, to take a look at this putt and this putting stroke. How confident is Colin about his putting form at the moment?
Well, it's going to be an important putt. Clearly, the first putt of the day is always important. But, you know, this If he gets this one in, it'll be a nice one to make on the first green. And fortunately he has. I may have sounded a little calmer than I really am there. That was a very important putt.
How worked up do you get during the course of the round?
I actually get more excited watching than I do on the range. I try to keep very calm when I'm around the player, but I think, you know, once you're watching now, it's really difficult to watch without getting very excited, very nervous, and you're out of control. There's nothing I can do now. I'm just watching.
Meantime, back to Tiger. Thanks, Dennis. Have a good day.
Thanks, Dave.
Yes, Tiger Woods at the 10th. Another iron shot. Beautiful connection there with blade to the ball and then the turf in that order, and that's a mighty fine shot, just coming up short of the path and sticking there. I thought it might have gone down into that grassy hollow.
Mika Ilinen. Well, this boy, watching for a couple of holes in practice, gives it a good knock, and that's a wonderful shot to the 10, pin right at the back there.
Monty here. Sorry, Ernie on the tee first. The only real problem he's got is a bunker at 277 down the left-hand side. Wind's coming off the right. He's hit the fairway, right down the middle. Perfect position.
Well, now, Colin has seen that nice tee shot by Ernie. It's a little roadway at the back. Used to be a double-line railway there, now a single line. And a nice little roadway where they can transport things and people up and down. Now, Colin, we would like to transport this down the fairway. Yeah, the birdie on day one, and Marshall rushes out straight down the middle, he says. And that is beautifully played. Two excellent tee shots to the middle of this fairway.
Ken Brown picked up something yesterday in Monty's setup, Alex, which I think might be a little relevant and might explain a few of his iron shots, where his stance has been a little bit closed, which is a bit unusual for Monty. Now, Michael Campbell, 14. Campbell's 4 under for the day, 3 under for the championship. A little bit of work left to do here.
Mika Ilinen trying to make this birdie on 10. Wonderful second out the rough. Lovely 3. 3 under for the day, 3 under for the championship.
Back we go to the first tee. Player's view. It's Pierre Fulk on the tee. 69, a 67, a 72 yesterday. He was dropping back. Par here, 71. Now just you watch this swing. He's one who aims open. That means his feet to the left. Swings up and then loops back in on the inside. If you get your timing, it's a lovely way to hit the ball around the links. You can make it run, but you can also make it hook with an iron, and that is nasty.
On tee from Sweden, Jesper Parnevik.
Parnevik now. I don't know how many of those trousers they'll sell in Yorkshire. I suspect not that many pairs. They work for Jesper, though. Make him look taller, those trousers. I guess it's the stripes. Get a pair of them for Woozy. To mid-iron, 211 this hole's playing at today. Pitch it front half and let it release up to the hole. Wind will bring it in from right to left. And that didn't hold at all. Should stop on the back apron.
It's been an interesting week, the arrival here of the players. The course was green and lush, And as the 6 days have gone past since practice days, it's gradually dried itself up.
From the middle of the 10th fairway, just 106 yards between Tiger and the pin. He overshoots this. There's a big dip at the back of the green. I think he'll play this fairly gently. Don't want too much backspin because this green does sit very much uphill as he plays it.
And there's a magnificent shot from Tiger Woods. He's going to pull out all the stops now. He has to pull out all the stops. Out in 33, and that included a sort of 3-putt hiccup on the first green.
Michael Campbell on 14. This is for par. Good putt. He's been playing well the last couple of years. Campbell had a good Open Championship at St Andrews a few years ago and then suffered an injury to his wrist. Went into the wilderness for a while, but he's back with a vengeance now. Davis Love on the 18th.
Well, he's stuttering home, Davis. That could be awkward if it's just dropped in there.
Second shot for Els. You can see the flag fluttering just beyond the bunker. And I think that is as tight as he would want to take it. And he tried to urge it in a little bit with the practice swing, but too late. I think you can see the flag if you look at the two bunkers, just at the right-hand end there of the far one.
Monty here, he's got 168 yards to the pin, and this pin, as all of them have been cut all week, right near the edge of the green. He has to land this right of the pin.
Well, he didn't. He's all right. He's within 12 feet of the cup, but it was a very bold shot. Laura Davis out there on the course telling us that safety would have been a bit to the right. Well, Darren Clarke, who I consider to be one of the best putters in the 8 to 10 foot range. He's another of Butch Harmon's star pupils.
We've just been watching Darren Clarke finishing off here on the range with his coach, Butch Harmon. Butch, he was hitting the ball awfully well, wasn't he?
Julian Darren's swinging the best I've ever seen him swing. He's got great pace to his swing, great control of what he's doing. It was funny, he said he wished the wind was blowing a little harder because he likes those low shots.
You fancy his chances today?
I think he has a great chance. But then again, there's a lot of guys that have a great chance. I think that Darren, the way he's swinging, especially if the wind gets up a little, he has a little bit of advantage there. But it's going to be such a fantastic finish. I can't wait to watch it.
Who's your money on?
I actually liked Clarke, and I liked Langer, and I liked Monty. Trying to get a few and see if I can get the right one.
Spreading your bets. Thanks a lot.
You got it.
Yes, I would think he also likes Tiger. And here's Davis Love, and the wind out of his sails, I feel. What is he going to do? Something really brilliant? I think with him there was just that total deflation when he missed the little putt at 17.
Now Davis Love lining up this par putt here on 18. Yes, I think he's going to be one of very many players this afternoon that would have had a few thoughts about winning this championship today when he got it to 5 under. While we're waiting for him, Tiger Woods on 10.
Beautifully bold approach. Can't afford to go over with your second shot, so that really was a gutsy play. But of course he needs birdies, Tiger. And every one he misses now is a dagger blow, because only 8 holes after this one. Just the one par 5 left, the 11th.
Davis Love now on 18. Well, good putt there. disappointing way to finish. As I said, he had it to 5 under there through before he made bogey on 13, then bogey on 17. But look at that. Look at that front 9 out in 30. Back in 37. We'll see a lot of that 37s, 38s this afternoon on this back 9.
Part of it from the back of the first for his birdie. See that browning up that green. Good roll.
Retief just pulled his tee shot into the rough. He's okay. First cut of rough isn't too bad. He got a solid hit at it. He allowed for a bit of run, and he's getting it. And that is a magnificent shot from Retief.
Par start for Retief. Still 4 under. He's tied for 15th at 4 under, but he's only 2 shots behind the lead. That's how congested this board is. On tee for birdie. 3. On 2, excuse me.
Getting excited and carried away.
We're going to be in trouble later, aren't we?
It's a trait with the Australians.
Or getting carried away or getting excited.
We have had an email from Australia. One whose friend says that the link and links is because the front 8 linked with the back 10. I've never heard anything quite as daft as that.
It obviously makes sense to someone.
Keith Winness was his name. You might know him.
Yeah, we all know everyone down there, Alex. It's Sergio Garcia. I'd hate to get on the clock if I was Sergio. I don't know whether he could pull the trigger in time.
Shot. Get right.
And that is horrible little rough right there in that hollow.
You always feel, though, when a Spaniard gets into those situations, they have an amazing imagination, skill. Here's Pierre Folke. Well, he hit a very wild tee shot, so he's opened up with a bogey 4. And Jesper has a pretty short putt there for his 3.
Ernie Els on the 3rd tee. Had to withdraw last week from the Scottish Open as defending champion. Spent time in London just trying to recuperate from his physical problems. Came here a little underdone, but the rounds of 71, 71 and 67 finds himself right in the hunt.
You don't want to go too far down the right. We've seen many adventures over there. The Marshalls were thinking about doing a runner, but the ball is safely there on the right side of the fairway.
Well, the first bounce on these fairways here always brings a little bit of anticipation and excitement because you're not quite sure where they're going to go.
Yes, especially today, Wayne. It's just that little bit breezier. Fairway's getting harder by the day. Bringing the bunkers more and more into play. Swanty attempts to rip a long iron up the 3rd.
This way as well, isn't it?
Oh, it's a good start for Monty. A few good shots, striking it solidly, judging by that. Has to get into the zone and just play his natural game.
Normally when you hit a tee shot like that down the fairway, you just bend down, pick your tee up, but as we said here, he's watched that right to the finish just to make sure it has finished on the short grass.
Yeah, one of the problems of this hole is that the pin position is just 5 paces in from the right-hand side, so the further you play your tee shot down the right, the more difficult becomes the second. A lovely view there. These are the commentary boxes down there in the foreground, looking over to the clubhouse and the railway line wending its way to Blackpool.
Nicholas Fast on the 6th. Perfect drive. This long iron into the green. Pin way on the right. From the fairway, it almost looks as though they've missed the green with the pin. That's a solid long iron. Needs some 2 putts up the slope for his birdie.
Mikko Ilonen, say it again. This is for a par. He's done very well. British amateur champion a year ago at that lovely course at Hoylake. Now a professional golfer and well in the hunt, this young fellow. 3 under. 3 under. That's only 3 off the lead in this championship. There's so many players, still some to go yet, and they're all waiting to pounce.
Nick Price finished his green work.
It's fantastic to see so many oldies, for want of a better word, right up at the top of the leaderboard in this championship. Everyone's looking forward to what's going to happen this afternoon. And I think so many people delighted to see Ian Woosnam up there. He got a terrific chair, actually one of the biggest chairs of the day when he walked onto the practice ground today. Looks to be hitting the ball very nicely. Let's get the expert view of the man himself. Are you hitting it well, Ian?
Not too bad. Yeah, just trying to release the right hand a little bit more.
The boys in the box were eulogising about how well you've always hit your irons and how well you were doing it yesterday. Comfortable with that, but obviously we all know that the putter's been the problem in recent times. You got that going as well?
Well, I think I ought to take a picture of I was leading the stats, I think. Well, that doesn't happen very often. But, you know, that is a big improvement in my game, is getting the hole in the ball in the hole, I should say, and that's been a big difference this week.
Pretty exciting to be in this position. I mean, the crowd response is fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, as it got closer and closer to the lead, the crowds have been roaring and roaring, and trying to please them if I can.
Pins tucked away a little bit today, a bit of wind blowing, demanding day.
Yeah, I was just watching a few holes there before I came out, and you know, looks like they got a few pins on some nice crowns and on some edges of some slopes. It's a day for being patient and knocking it into the middle of the green, and just hope a putt goes in now and again, and play steady, really.
Best of luck, thanks.
Thanks very much.
Now we'll go out to the 3rd, and Retief Goosen with a putt must go from his left to right. This for a 3. It did. It did. Well, you read it well. Good 3 for Retief. A nice start, 3-4-3. And he's 5 under and only 1 away from the lead.
Nicholas Fast left his first putt short of the hole, and this is for a share of the lead. That's his 3rd birdie of the day. He moved to 6 under.
Second shot on 11, par 5, Tiger. Come up short twice now on par 5.
So much action is now flickering into life again. A 5-way tie for the lead. Nicholas Fast joins Checker, Duval, Langer and Woosnam.
Colin Montgomery at the 3rd hole. His tee shot being on the right doesn't seem to have anything impeding the journey. Although he's taken it a little bit safely, you can understand why. Just there on the right of the flag, a hollow. You wouldn't want to be down there. And that's a good sound second shot.
Jesper Parnevik. Second shot to the 2nd, as you can see. Thumping down. He does like a divot, Jesper. Played it pretty safe. The pin's now tucked round the edges of the greens, and if you hit it to the middle of each green, you'll nearly always have an uphill putt.
Well, surprise package here today. Nicholas Fast, 3 under through 6. Second shot here on 7. Another par 5.
Right edge of the TV too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I know. Should drift a little from right to left. Yeah, won't get moved.
Just needs to hit this down to the center of the green. Flag is on the left. Stay right away from the flag. Just hit it to the middle of the green. He's bounced over Monty's path and into that front right-hand trap. Actually, mightn't be too bad a miss, really, from that bunker.
Vijay Singh on the 8th green for his birdie. Already 3 under for the day. And that's another one. Now that makes him 3 under for the day. Moves to 5 for the championship. Didn't think it could get more congested at the top, but it's happening.
And David Dixon, just a word about him. He's playing with Vijay Singh. He's just 1 over for today's round and 1 under for the championship. He had a 6, unfortunately, at the 7th, but he's had 3 birdies on his card. And out we go to Tiger at the 11th. Now there's how it is all bunching up. It's beginning already, although some haven't started to look like we might have a massive playoff. In this championship, of course, we do it on the day. We don't wait till Monday. And it's over 4 holes, and then it continues on the 18th.
I think the R&A have got it right, Alex. I think 18-hole playoffs on the next day. I don't agree with sudden death, especially for a major championship. They're too important, as we watched with Teef Goosen, but I think the R&A have really got it right with the 4-hole playoff.
Yes, you were involved in one, I remember, at Royal Troon. So we watched Retief. Oh, and he got a little greedy there at the 4th. He's not sure what's happened. He must know from the gallery's response.
3rd green, Colin Montgomerie. If you can get one of these early on, he'll be bubbly. That was, wowee. Really putted that. Oh, Christ.
Well, no good giving it the teapot, Monty. Go and mark it and knock it in.
Sergio had a bogey at the last. Wind is off the left. And he knew he'd pulled, he tugged at it, but he's got away with it. So he's not hitting all the greens as he was hoping to do.
If you remember the US Open, he suffered from the hooks there as well on the Sunday. Over there in the States.
This is the pairing of Darren Clarke and Nick Price.
This is gig number 32. On the tee from Northern Ireland, Darren Clarke.
Darren's had rounds of 70, 69, 69. I'll get much more consistent than that. He was my tip at the start of the week.
And he's playing with my tip, Nicky Price.
Swinging it very nicely, but he's taking that right at it. And it kicks off. Very difficult to get the right blend of aggression and safety on a day like today.
On the tee from Zimbabwe, Nick Price.
I'm always fascinated when I hear people who tell you who their tip was when we get to the last group on the Sunday. Why didn't you tell us on the Thursday?
I told you on the Tuesday.
Oh, my tip is back in Canada.
You just didn't want to put the £2 in, Alex, that's all.
My man's back in Canada. Weir, I tipped Weir. Good in the wind. Now, Nick Price is good in any condition. And I wonder if he'll just send it a little more to the right. He's seen what's happened to the Irishman. There's never anything flowery about this golf swing. It's pure and it's basic. solid as a rock. Wonderful shot. One of the best we've seen. He's off running. He's not as old as he looks. It's amazing. Or he looks, no, well, he looks younger than he is. Maybe I should have said it that way.
Tiger on 11. Long putt for eagle from off the front. That was a weak effort. It looks quite green, this green. Another one that's surrounded by trees.
Ah, no. Nicholas Fast came bumping down here at the par 5. And that is a magnificent shot from Nicholas. A chance to go 4 under for this round and be outright leader in the championship.
Hillonen on 12 for birdie. Very good tough par 3, 12. And to get the ball where he did there would be quite difficult, actually. Flag today is tucked on the right. Now, Monty, this is for par. Really, they're all important. We say that too many times, but this early in the round. Well, not what was needed by Monty. He played a good second shot, right where he had to. The greens are picking up a little pace.
Tiger's second putt. 2 pretty good shots up here. It's into the wind today. Playing long. Playing its full 542. Yeah. Well, he's missed a few this week. More lip than a busload of tour caddies.
Monty at 4. Well, if he doesn't get there today, it won't be for lack of support. The crowds here this week have come out in force to watch Monty, to bring him home, to try and get him that first elusive major title.
Now then, Nicholas Fast. This putt at the 7th to make you leader in the Open Championship. Yes, and he knows it. He's looking at these leaderboards. He's a Swede and he's got a Scottish caddy with him. Between the two of them there, they know exactly the situation, how the land lies.
What a combination. Darren Clark on 1. This green has proven very difficult to hit today. Well, just almost jams it in. Peter Ellis is with us now.
Promises to be a very good afternoon, Wayne, does it not?
Well, with so many players with an opportunity to win, I don't think I've seen this many around the lead before. There's going to be one person this afternoon that's really happy and a lot of others going over and doing a post-mortem of what may have been.
Oh, the sun's come out. Fresh breeze. And a very nice opening putt for Nick Price. Six under. 1 hole played, 1 under par.
Well, Tiger Woods on the 12th tee, probably fuming a little bit and not making birdie on the previous hole, but must focus again. Playing very difficult this hole. They're back in a sheltered little spot there. Wind from the left and against. Playing today 195 yards, but where they're standing, the pin hardly looks to be on the green. It's tucked behind a right-hand bunker, so our camera tower would be quite a good line to aim at. Just let the wind move the ball to the right. Region of an 8-iron for Tiger. In fact, I think it's probably a little more than that.
I was going to say that's a long 8-iron,
yeah.
Should have hit an 8-iron, Beverly. You're dead right.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I'm not near enough to see where that's gone, but where it is not very nice, I don't think.
He's got to the stage where he has to force birdies out of the course, and it's very difficult to do. This the nature of this type of golf.
Par putt for Goosen on 4. Oh. Got used to seeing him make many putts in the last month. All but that one little hiccup he had on 18. His putting's been outstanding. The 118 at the US Open, Darren Clarke.
Just to save his par, this is a must go in, get off to a good start. Well done. We hit a load of those on the practice putting green. Paid off. We move to Monty. Fourth pin tucked tight left, but that's a very good solid shot. Putting up the hill from the middle of the green.
Well, at least he's hit the ball in the middle of the club these first 4 holes. Yesterday didn't quite seem that he did for the first few holes, but today has been better. This is Nicholas Fast, our tournament championship leader on 8. Well, he hasn't missed a shot yesterday, has he, Mark? It's been perfect golf from Fast.
Dead right.
Who qualified through the mini order of merit that finished last weekend at the Scottish Open at Loch Lomond, and now he has the lead in the Open Championship on his own, breaking out of the pack with 4 birdies in his front 9 so far. Nick Price with a birdie at the first to join that group on 6 under par. Checker, Duval, Langer and Woosnam yet to go out. Vijay Singh, lightning fast start, out in 32 with an eagle and 2 birdies. Parnevik and Joe Ogilvy at 5 under par. And then Darren Clarke at 5 under par through the first hole. Mika Ilonen has gone very well through the front 9, out in 33, and he's picked up 2 birdies since then at the 10th and the 12th. Goosen dropping back to 4 under par. And Colin Montgomerie desperately trying to make things happen, but back to 4 under.
Els in trouble. Well, he made good contact with that, but a little bold. I don't know where he thinks he might be.
BJ, second shot to the 10th. Tricky line, the rough and the pin right at the back. It's a dangerous pin to go at. He's played it safely to the middle of the green. That's good play.
Back to the first, Billy Mayfair and Miguel Jimenez. 208, 3 round totals. That's okay. Identical scores, these 3 players, 69, 72, 67. Tiger in trouble.
Absolutely right, Peter, in real trouble here, back right at the 12th hole. The ball is sitting way down in the bottom of this very thick rough. Lots of sort of wispy grass at about 2 foot high. It's debatable whether he can get a good swing at it. If he mishits it, he could almost bury it into the ground even deeper, but the dropping options are not very appetizing either. The thing in his favour, he's got quite a lot of green to work with. There are bunkers on the other side, but you just give it a good thump, you might knock it in the bank.
Oh. Well, as they say in America, touch all the bases.
That has gone back way down the fairway on the left-hand side, and he'll now be about 30 or 40 yards away from the flag.
I bet you Stevie
on the
Williams
left, as it were, if he was playing from the tee.
bet you Stevie doesn't have a yardage from there, Bev.
He soon will have, though, Wayne. Pacing out now like a good one.
Yes, golfers all over the country saying I've done that.
Jimenez playing with Billy Mayfair. Good round yesterday for Kell, 67, and that needs to come up, but it does. There's 2 more games to go now.
Nicholas Fast on the 8th. Tricky shot downwind to this elevated green. Hit his drive well up. 9-9 or wedge from there. And that's very good play. Retained it 15, 20 feet right of the pin.
Darren Clark.
I think he only just got it past those traps on that hole, leaving himself an awfully long second.
He got his 3 at the first. Bit of a struggle.
Colin Montgomery now. Good safe shot into this 4th green. Just to get that shot back that he dropped.
Come on.
Get there. Okay, Monty 1 over through 4. A little frustrated. Plenty of golf to go though.
Nick Price.
Absolutely, it's normal.
Alongside Darren Clark.
Have you ever? This whole very tough par 3. The players hit their tee shots from a chute way back there in the distance, and the wind today is blowing across them from left to right. This is the 8th green. Nicholas Fast, our championship leader.
Tiger's 4th shot. He's a little agitated about something, I don't know what. Probably the fact that he nearly went in the road off the tee, but something's disturbing him.
Just from the 3rd. This is for his par. This is the putt Monty had. Monty missed it left, I believe, and Jesper's done the same. Must be a tricky slope to read just there.
Tee shot of Montgomery on this par 3. Playing straight downwind. Monty is just not getting it done, is he? I thought when he went to the lead at the start of the week that might be where he should be.
Well, there was a little discussion going on there between Andy McPhee and Tiger, but really it wasn't about Tiger's ball, it was about Steve Stricker's. Because Steve Stricker actually knocked his tee shot what they thought was out of bounds, so he played a second ball, not announcing it as a provisional. But in point of fact, the marshals mistakenly said it was out of bounds. In fact, it wasn't. But having played his 3 off the tee, he had to play that ball, and subsequently he actually made a birdie with the second ball, so made a 4. Tiger now for a 5.
Where would we be without those sort of marshals?
Well, there's a 6 there for Tiger. But if you're given wrong information, Mark, you Shouldn't be held to that, should you?
It makes sense, Wayne, what you're saying, but the way the rules stand, you have to announce it as a provisional on the tee, or it is regarded as your second ball and your third stroke. Cruel, hard but fair, as they say.
Nicholas Fast at the 8th for a birdie. Oh, didn't hit. What a good line too.
He's looked very comfortable.
It's amazing, isn't it? That sort of play, you expect them to just retreat at this stage or even earlier in the championship. These days they don't. They try and hang around all week. New breed of player can handle the pressure. That was Vijay Singh's attempt for birdie. 5 under for the championship, 3 under for the day. The only man to hit 17 greens in regulation in any round this week. And that is some golf around a links course.
Not out of it either, with his great power coming in. Jimenez at the first for a birdie. Beauty. That rolled beautifully, just kept going on and on. Must have struck it absolutely perfectly.
Mick Illinen. Beautiful touch. Boy, brilliant performance. 5 under today.
We move back to the first tee. And second last group, Alex Checker and Ian Woosnam. Just waiting for Ivor there on the right to give the starter, to give the call. Nerves at the moment would be tingling, these players sitting around all day.
This is game number 34 on the tee from Germany, Alex Checker.
I always had a problem sleeping, so when I had a 2 o'clock tee time, I didn't know what to do with myself all morning. How did you handle that, Mark?
I had a large Monty-esque breakfast, put my feet up and waited for the golf to come on, basically. Relax. But I know some players get a bit more jumpy than others. It can be difficult. Those traps are going to be empty at the end of the day.
On the tee from Wales, Ian Woosnam.
Woozy said he hasn't been driving it. He's been necking the driver a little bit, but his irons have been quality, which they always are.
Woozy does usually have a somewhat jaundiced view of his own game. Rarely admits to playing better than Paul, when in fact he's normally a flusher. And that's flushed. Absolutely gorgeous.
Seen all these players. This first green's proven quite difficult to hit, and Nick Price and Ian Woosnam, the 2 best shots. And Woozy almost a 1.
I've never seen him walk so fast. His little legs are going like goodness. He'll set his trousers on fire if he gets that speed up for 2 or 3 holes.
450 paces for him, that hole as well.
Amazing.
9th tee, Nicholas Fast, championship leader. Oh, another good iron shot from Fast.
Lauren Roberts. A birdie at the 7th. In. 3 previous rounds have all been 70.
A rousing welcome for Wazir at the first green. A delicious way to start.
Well, Royal Lytham has never been a happy hunting ground for the Americans, so a European win today would be very popular. David Duval might feel a little lonely out there this afternoon.
Good too, Wayne, as Monty putts for his par. He splashed out of the trap on the right. And that's the second bogey of the day for Monty.
Checker in all sorts of problems here. First hole, chucked up. He's played that very well indeed. He's got himself settled, hands and arms jabbed into the sand. Good result.
Nicholas Fast at 9. Downhill for birdie. Knew it as soon as he hit it. More hope there than that it would go in.
He's 19th in the Ryder Cup list. Nicholas Fast could do a bit of damage this week. And if he makes it, he certainly deserves to be there. Looks as cool as a cucumber under this sort of pressure.
This is for an outward 9 of 31.
Well, a very awkward second shot at the 13th here for Tiger. Ball way below his feet, as you can see, and just keeping a balance on this sort of stance is difficult. Well, into the face, and it's out anyway, and that probably was the best he could do.
Bernard Langer making his way to the first tee, the final pair, he and David Duval. Seen it all for many years, Langer, one of the coolest of professional players.
He would have made a very good gunfighter, wouldn't he, Peter?
Yeah, he would.
Could stare you down. One of the toughest competitors.
Tiger's third on the 13th. Beautifully played. Leeds to escape with a par there after his wayward play on the hole before.
David Duval on his way to the first tee. Bookie's favourite today. Started out this morning 7-2. Whether that's a good price or not, I don't know. Well, all the drama now of the first hole, we discovered that Woosnam has too many clubs in his bag, and so penalty shots after nearly starting with a 1.
God, I'll give you a job to do and you can't do it. You're on
Given him a job now. This means his penalty shots, two shot penalty, so the 2 at the first becomes a 4. And I don't think Woosnam and his caddy will be on very good terms for much of this round. 14 clubs you're allowed, and there was 15 in the bag. Thank goodness he hadn't gone another hole. It'd been another 2. But that's very unsettling, and he's mad cross. These things happen. But
I remember a player in Australia one year staying with his grandmother, and he took his 15th club out of the bag and left it in the hallway. She went past, saw it there, and didn't want him to leave it behind, so put it back in the bag for him. And he got 4-shot penalty because he didn't find out until after the 2nd hole. But what a devastating blow for Woosnam.
I wonder if that's ever happened before when a player's been leading a major championship.
Well, he's got to put that behind him now and just play quietly along. But that is a bitter blow. A bitter blow. Fancy starting off like that and then finding you've got a club too many in the bag.
Well, what an initially dramatic and ultimately desperate start to this final round of the Open Championship for Ian Woosnam. But as the commentator said, he must put that behind him. He's now back officially to 5 under par, and Nicholas Fast remains alone at the head of the field. We're into the real climax of this championship now, and the rest of our coverage of this final round is now going to be on BBC One. Tune now to BBC One to follow it right through to its climax this evening, and also see the final pair underway. Our continued coverage of this final round of the Open Championship here at Royal Lytham and St Anne's, and as we reach the final pairing, about to head out on the course, Bernard Langer and David Duval. We've had some extraordinary incidents over the last couple of minutes. Ian Woosnam thought he had a share of the lead when he almost holed his opening tee shot, and he thought that had put him alongside Nicholas Fast at the head of the leaderboard at 7 under par. Then it was discovered he had too many clubs in his bag, suffered a 2-shot penalty, and poor old Woosie, well, you can see the expression on his face, is now back, we understand, to 5 under par. But the congested leaderboard that we had at the start of the day is even more tightly packed as we get set for Bernard Langer and David Duval to start their final round, the final pairing on the course. Mark James, Wayne Grady and Peter Allis are the commentators.
There's Langer with the honour on this, the final round. Or perhaps there may be extra holes, there may be a playoff. If there is, 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th. And if we have a winner then, that'll be it. And if not, it'll be sudden death up and down the 18th. Oh, bitter blow for Woosnam, having started so sensationally, but now Langer. He's improved every day, 71, 69, 67. Good iron shot. One thing for certain, I don't think this pair will be hard on the heels of Checker and Woosnam, because
David Duval.
Langer is known for his slow, dare I say, slow play. He's very meticulous. Duval, on the other hand, is fairly speedy. It'll be interesting to see how they shape up together. Right on line, but it stopped.
Well, sort of take the wind out of the sails for a while, that episode there with Woosnam, hasn't it? We've seen some exciting golf and a couple of good shots by Woosnam. Here he is on 2. Okay, good shot on the green. Now, as Peter said, he's got to put that out of his mind. Easier said than done.
At the 10th, second shot, championship leader. And he's almost 2 hours ahead of Langer and Duval.
Garcia for an early eagle. One under for the day now. He moves to 5 under and right in the ball game. Yes, that means a lot to him. On the right side of par.
Greg Owen and 7. That was for 4 for a birdie. Owen's 4 under. 2 birdies in a row.
Nineteen players within 3 shots of the lead, and Greg Owen is one of those. Sergio Garcia taking a huge leap up the leaderboard with his eagle at the 6th, and maybe in the next half hour or so we're going to see the fighting qualities of Ian Woosnam, who very briefly and very cruelly was up alongside Nicholas Fast at 7 under par. His opening tee shot was within an inch of being a hole-in-one. Then came that 2-shot penalty for too many clubs in his bag, and Woosie is back to 5 under par. Alex Checker at 6 under through the first hole with a par. Duval and Langer just teed off. Mika Ilonen out in 33, and 3 birdies have followed for the former amateur champion. And there's Ian Woosnam back in that group at 5 under par. Meantime, much earlier today, we had a challenging round of 67 from Davis Love. For a while, he was within 1 shot of the lead and then faltered somewhat over the closing holes. And a faltering opening few holes for Colin Montgomerie, who's dropped back to 3 under par.
Tiger Woods at the 14th. Good shot. Well, it's not going to be his championship. I think we possibly expect too much all the time from Tiger. Out in 33, 5 at the 11th, which is a par 5, but didn't birdie that. 3 from the edge and 6 at the par 3 12th.
Nicholas Fast for his 5th birdie of the day. Just turn a little bit. Good start.
Langer at the 1st. Good pace. Nice settling, opening long putt.
Bernard Langer certainly knows what's required today. Surprised he hasn't won this championship before. The 2 Masters titles to his credit.
Yeah, he's been second twice, hasn't he? 81 and 84, I think. As we move to Alex Checker. Long attempt at the 2nd, and that's beautifully judged. Par start. More than adequate to calm the nerves, soothe the troubled soul.
Wish he'd stop taking that hat off, though. His hair matches his vest.
Fashionable, you know. Duval at the 1st. This for 2. Another good long putt.
Duval, very prolific winner in America there a few years ago, won many tournaments and they thought should have been #1. Now Ilonen on 15 for birdie. 15th hole, the toughest on the golf course. Nothing more frustrating than leaving it right in the middle. People at home can Know that feeling well. Now Duval for par.
Three for Duval. First par of the day.
Woodsy has to regroup in a hurry. This for birdie at the second. Got to somehow forget about what happened at the first, or on the second tee.
Well, my caddy used to be called Two Shots, but not for something like that.
Not for that reason, no. We had one called Two Bags, didn't we, that used to caddy for Seve.
Just fast. On the 11th. Oh. He's been lucky. Gone right through onto the pathway.
Third tee shot for Alex Cheika. Long iron. Wind from the right. Oh, and that's a wicked bounce. You can see that brown fairway. And Marshall signalling as though it's okay, but I don't think he'll be all that chuffed with it. And that's the culprit. Man responsible for the extra club in the bag.
Well, I think Ian must take some share of the blame, I think, because, you know, it's all right to leave it to somebody, but he might just as easily have checked the bag as well. I mean, you tend to blame the caddy, and it's 90% maybe his fault, 10% Ian's. Always look after your own kit, my boy. See, you were never in the national service. Well, that may not be too bad. It's obviously, well, it would disturb anybody. You'd have to have the patience of Job not to be rattled by a two-shot penalty after starting the way he did to rapturous applause.
Langer on the second tee. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Peter. Ultimately, it's the player's responsibility for everything, or you've got to... Caddies have jobs to do, but I know it was something I did quite a lot, was to check the number of clubs. I've been penalised for just about everything in the book in this game, but that is one thing that I haven't done.
Bass still leads by one. The whole army chasing him. See how deliberate Langer is, and this can be a bit wearing if you're champing at the bit and you want to get on with it. You wonder why everything takes so long. Shot.
Colin Montgomery for birdie on 6. It's already 2 over for the round. He's got to start somewhere, and hopefully that's it for Monty.
David Duval. Partnering Bernard Langer today. And he pures an iron up there into the perfect spot to attack the second pin. Always looks very neat, David. It looks like that at the end of the round. Some players look as though they've been dragged through a hedge backwards on the first tee.
Campbell finishing off. 68. Good score. Although it's a testing day, we haven't really had too much dramatic problems with the weather. Garcia in trouble.
Oh, down, down, down. Oh.
Just okay, Garcia. They're very fortunate that it didn't go through into the long rough again.
Nicholas Fast second to the 11 from where the spectators walk on the right. Just be playing for position with this one, I would imagine. Leave it up about 100 yards short. Leave him a simple pitch into the pin. And that, although normal wisdom has it that's the wrong side to attack this pin, I prefer it from that side. Nothing behind the pin then.
Doesn't look to be in a bad spot. Usman's ball just running into the thicker stuff here on the third.
Up ahead on the green, Jimenez. Birdie bogey start for Jimenez.
Yards forward and the course was going to allow for this bit on that.
Not easy to keep the ball on the green on this third. It's sort of raised. It slopes off on all sides.
Missed that shot. Come on in. Didn't fly. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in.
Just looking for it to fly further through the air than it did. It was a little bit short. It's caught the bunker some 30-odd yards from the flag.
Bernhard Langer surveying his second shot to the second, and whilst he's got a terrific caddy in Peter Coleman who's been with him for so long, it's Langer who does most of the calculations. He works out the yardages, he paces it out himself. Well, actually it's meterage in his case. In yards he's got 166 to the front, 187 to the pin. Very much downwind, maybe a little bit off the right, but it's basically downwind.
There are many short books in the world, but the Bernhard Langer Book of Careless Shots is right up there with the best of them. Same procedure every shot. Nothing left to chance.
Well, there's a very uncharacteristic miss from Langer. His iron play is probably the strongest part of his game, apart from his mental strengths.
11th, fast third shot. Championship leader by 1. We seem to jump a bit at that one, but is it on line? It is. Dougie Donnelly interviewed him the other day. He was a very cool young man.
David Duval wouldn't have gained too much help from Langer's shot. It's hit that very high.
Good clever play, just right of the pin. Uphill putt.
Well, there won't be too many words spoken between these two players, that's for sure. They're both all business.
Tiger at the 15th. Promised so much in the first few holes. That's in. Oh, it stopped stone dead.
Alex Checker on the second. On the third, this is could be his third shot. Thought I heard some rattling in the trees just a little earlier. See how firm these greens are getting now. Nothing but the best shot out of the fairway will hold them.
Liam Woosnam, as Peter said, was probably expecting a fly from the left rough and came up short, not in the bunker, in some wispy blades of grass, and quite a bit of ground to work with from where he is. But the green slopes away to the right, and the commentator was just saying it's getting very fiery out here. This is a downwind chip, and it really has to be taken into consideration, but you can land it short and just let it roll up to the pin. Obviously just trying to put that penalty out of his mind as much as he can, but never good you are at concentrating, it's not always easy.
Difficult to judge these shots, and he's got an uphill lie. Oh, and it came out very strangely. Sort of low and skidding.
Hillenan at 16th for a birdie. Nice looking stroke. Oh. Well, that... wonder what that little mistake, if we can call it that, will cost him come a few hours' time.
Bernard Langer from the bunker. Well, bit of work to do there. 12 feet for a par.
A little bit of bunker practice while he has the chance.
Just trying to get a little bit more feel for the sand in case he's in another one later on in the round.
Lucas Fuss to go to 8 under and increase his lead. Well, 7 holes left. He leads by 2. Well, Sweden have produced so many wonderful players, particularly in women's golf. Neumann and Sorensen have won everything between them.
Worm's eye view of David Dubal's birdie putt there. He's had a bit of a run at that, but only 2.5 feet to negotiate.
Woosnam at the 3rd for a par. Two-stroke penalty at the 1st, drop stroke at the 3rd. After what he felt for 10 minutes or so was the most glorious start.
I'm with the Woosnam match, and I'm actually with David Gritman, Secretary of the Rules of the R&A. Now, David, perhaps you can tell us what happened on the 2nd tee.
Yes, unfortunately, it was discovered on the 2nd tee that Ian Woosnam had started with 15 clubs. I believe he had an extra fairway wood in his bag. The rules require a player to have not more than 14 clubs, so he obviously had one too many. The penalty, therefore, is applied to the first hole, and there is a 2-stroke penalty for having the additional club.
Because he hadn't played off the 2nd tee, that's why it was only 2 shots, yes?
That's correct. If he had played his tee shot off the 2nd, I'm afraid the penalty would have been 2 shots on the first hole and then again on the 2nd. That would have been the maximum penalty applied.
David, thank you very much.
Okay.
Checker playing with Woosnam. Well done. He only drops 1 stroke. So both players are going to drop strokes at the 3rd. Checker, 3 previous rounds of 69. Played quite beautifully, although he had a bit of a poor end to his round yesterday. Still a 69 was a very good score. Five for Woosnam.
Nicholas Fast at the short 12th, playing 193 today this hole. This is where we saw Tiger rip it over the back of the green. Wind off the left. And he bending as though he's hoiked it left a bit, as long as it's not too... Well, he's on grass, and that's a good break, because the pin is way the other side of the green. We're joined by Ken Brown.
Thank you, Mark. It's all action, isn't it? Plenty of things going on. Bernard Langer going on steadily as ever. Beautifully done.
That must be even more galling for Woosnam, of course, to not playing together. But you know, here I am. He starts almost holding his tee shot at the first. Woosnam, that is, and a two-shot penalty because of too many clubs. Bernard holds that monster putt for a par. So many things can happen at this strange game. Montgomery now second at the 7th.
Yes, he's just got one back off the card at the 6th. Good chance here. Oh, and that's a good solid iron shot. Oh, well played. And he'll have that to go to 6 under and right back in the hunt.
Duval for a par at the 2nd. Opens up with a couple of pars.
Woosnam on the par 4, 4th. And starting left, I think, stayed there. So difficult it's going to be for him to sustain his concentration.
Langer at the 3rd. Good tee shot again from Langer.
Going on the 10th for a birdie. This would get him back to 5 under. Up the hill, right to left. Went right to left and tried to come back again.
Now Duval at the 3rd. That's going to be... well, all right.
Bernard Langer in ideal shape down the 3rd. Duval lucky to avoid that little pot bunker on the left at 245, but as it is, he's lying okay in the semi-rough.
Monty now for his eagle. And that's as close as we've seen anyone for 2. He's got to hit it. Look, Brown up there, he probably thought it might be a lot quicker than some of the putts. Sun out today, last couple of hours. Doesn't take long to bleach the greens.
Very fortunate for Nicholas Fast. Good lie, flat lie as well, all the green to work with. Actually, if you're going to miss this green, that's not a bad spot. Beautiful, well done. Hard to believe, he's 2 ahead. A long way to go, but in great shape.
Does he realise it's the last round, Ken, do you think?
Doesn't seem to, does he?
16th, Tiger. Tiger drove the green, nearly onto the green. That chip was for a 2.
Illanen, 17th fairway, his second. A very sensible shot. Exactly what he'd been trying to do. Middle of the green, pin high, 5 under.
Montgomery for a birdie at the 7th. Three behind. But Fast has a 2-stroke lead.
Des Smith, this is on the 9th for a birdie. And he putts very, very solidly with that big one. Well done, Des. Moseying along, lurking.
Playing very well indeed. Wilson having a cut at it. Checkers played. Oh, straight in the sand. Impossible to get close to the flag from that side. Plenty of vocal encouragement.
Fast. Another hole under his belt. Can't see too many players out on the course beating 8 under.
Would be a heck of a target, wouldn't it? 8.
Monty out here, I mean, he's just had the 2 birdies, and his crowd's like a football crowd. They're cheering like they're at their game on a Saturday afternoon. They're thoroughly enjoying it. I must admit, so am I.
Well, didn't really want to be off the fairway. An iron for safety, and that's a bit tricky.
Very awkward indeed, Peter. I mean, he could hit anything here. Might even be an 8 iron. It's got 179 to the front. It's got to be landing it short, I would think.
Couple of good breaks on that hole, avoiding the bunker off the tee, then a nice Freddie Titmus kick to the left.
Vijay Singh on the 13th for his par. Oh, well done. Keeps him going. 5 under par, 5 holes to play.
Quite tricky here for Langer. He's got a lovely line in the fairway, but the wind is fluctuating. Every now and then we get a really strong gust. 169 to the front.
Woosnam's 3rd shot now. I thought he was in the bunker up by the green, but obviously the 2nd shot just dived away, and now that was his 3rd shot then. We've already seen that one.
Tiger Woods now for birdie on 16. Too little, too late for Tiger. Mark James and Ken Brown have taken a break.
Alex Checa with a chance of another birdie here at the 4th hole. Him just a little bit, and now he started to drop shots, and now he's left himself a nasty one there for his par.
That's the 17th green there in the foreground, and Illinen is down there lining up his birdie putt.
Interesting story, Wayne. When he was winning the amateur championship, he was reputed to be very slow. He addressed the ball in the rough for so long, brought the club head up, and he said, listen, there's a butterfly here on my club head. And one of the spectators said it was only a caterpillar when you started.
They can be very cruel and very clever, some of the spectators, can't they? You went in 5 under, tied for 4th. 5 under for the day. Mightn't be enough. He need a birdie up the last at least to post some score in there, Alex.
Yeah, but it's an amazing transition, isn't it, from the amateur ranks to the professional game. Now, Woosnam, and things really are beginning to become a little bit disappointing for him. He was so pumped up, ready to go at the first hole. You couldn't wish for worse misfortune.
Nicholas Fast on 13, and players walk back 150 yards to this tee. This is where Monty began to come unstuck yesterday. Good safe iron shot.
Monty here, 162 yards. He's drawn quite a good lie, but he has to land this ball short of the green. Anything, I think, landing on the front's going to go over the back.
Yeah, well, we could see the flag there, just directly in line with the centre of the stand, and that.
Oh, that's a magnificent shot there. He landed it within an inch of where he needed to there. Fantastic. Crowd loves it.
And when you watched it running along that green, it was very close to a rim where he could just turn and fall off into another deep bunker. But maybe his luck is about to change.
Now, Bernard Langer. Good putt from Langer. Good putt, Bernard. And will be for a 4. Have that for a 4 for a par start. First 3 holes are quite difficult.
Alex Checa at the 4th for his par, his first putt, rather a long way short, and that's what happens when you just lose the nerve. So that's a 3-4-5-5 start for Checa, and he goes back to just 4 under.
Sixth green, Nicky Price for eagle. Seen Sergio and VJ make eagles here today. The weakest part of Nicky's game is the putter. Tremendous ball striker.
Now then, Illinen at the 17th. Well done. Very well played from this young fella. Just one more hole to go of this championship. We go up onto the 9th tee. Garcia. So many have thrown the ball right through this green. Yes, he's shouting, get down. And he's all right. He's got it right under control. That's a beautiful shot.
David Duval on 3. Has he hit it? Yes, he has. Just sneaks in the front edge. Okay, Duval moves into within 1 shot of Nicholas Fast.
A major threat is this American player. So we go to Fast. at the 13th. A nice little par 4, this 342 yards. And it's just going to hang on. It's perfect for distance.
Well, no one's told him yet he's in the Open Championship and right in the dogfight, Alex. What a great effort it is today.
Yes, a young man. He's been a professional since 1993. Here's one who's been a pro for a bit longer than that. Now, Ian Woosnam on the par 3 fifth. Beautiful transference of weight there, really solid into the left hip. And a good shot from Ian. Ironic that one of the best shots we've seen all day, Wayne, was his opening shot.
Yes, I mean, what a thing to happen. I mean, it's obviously taken everything out of Woozy. Darren Clark, this is on 6, and this is for Eagle. What a tremendous shot. Second shot here for Clark. This is to move him to 6 under. Darren will get the local fans excited, that's for sure.
Well, he's having a wonderful run of great golf. Victory a couple of weeks ago at the K Club. Wonderful finish the week before that at the Irish Open. 64 on the Sunday to rocket him up to 2nd place.
Darren Clark becomes the leading British challenger, and Nicholas Fast might be starting to sense the strength of the competition behind him. David Duval with his birdie at the 3rd, getting to 7 under par, 2nd place on his own. And then those 4 players tied for 3rd. Vijay Singh, Sergio Garcia, Langer, and now Darren Clark with an eagle at the 6th. Mika Ilonen at 5 under par with Des Smith, who's gone out in 34, and Billy Mayfair, Miguel Angel Jimenez, also there at 5 under par. And Colin Montgomerie also, of course, in that group at 5 under par. Tightly packed behind. Greg Owen at 4 under. And the players at 3 under include Ernie Els and Jesper Parnevik and poor old Ian Woosnam, who's had 4 holes full of such highs and lows. David Dixon, the amateur, still level par for this championship, and alongside Tiger Woods and Barry Lane.
Now, Colin Montgomerie, after that wonderful iron shot at 8, could he make it 3 birdies in a row? By the slightest margin, he doesn't. That little ridge I was referring to, yes, that one, he kind of thought it would have turned the other way. So he stops his run of birdies, but it's a good 4. And he is very much in the hunt at 5 under.
Vijay Singh, birdie putt on 14. Vijay 3 under for the day. Whoa, there's a way to move to 6 under. Good putt from Vijay, tied for 3rd with Garcia, Clark and Langer. All at 6 under. 2 shots behind Nicholas Fast. As I said, Vijay, US PGA and Masters champion in the past, looking for the 3rd major.
Now David Val at this par 4. No railway line to worry about. Don't want to let it drift too far away. We go to the right here. Yes, there's very thick rough down there.
Good bounce there though, Alex. It looked like he had a bit of a break. Bounce it back closer to the fairway. Monty now at the 9th hole, downhill par 3. This is right at the end of the golf course.
Monty here, 151 yards straight downwind. He doesn't need to hit this one much more than a yard or 2 on the green. His distance control on that last shot was fantastic. Hopefully he can do it again. He's talking this one over with his caddy. Wind's just gusting at the moment. Important shot here for Monty.
Yes, the pin is just 7 paces on the green.
It's going right at the pin.
That's the problem. The tailwind and the pin at the front is not a good partnership. He's quite a long putt away, but many have missed his green completely today.
Nicholas Fast, long putt across the green for birdie. Good putt from Fast. 5 under for the day out in 31. 30 on 11 on this inward 9, but now he has the toughest part of the golf course to finish. 14 through 18. Will take no prisoners today, as we saw yesterday.
Tiger Woods, who's playing a very quiet part in the final day of this championship. At the 17th, he's had the birdie, a couple of birdies in a row.
Well, he's battling there, Alex. Interestingly, his worst finish in a major championships since he's turned pro has been 29th, and he's currently 28th, although I don't think that'll interest him too much.
Iron club for Fast at the 14th. Not a bad swing, this, just 3/4 length backswing. Jumps one bunker, won't beat the pair. If the first one don't get you, the second one does. Some skillful bunkering here.
Duval and Langer both very keen to get down the right-hand side of the fairway on the 4th with a pin right over on the left, but Duval's in a not a very nice lie. At least the grass is lying in the right direction.
Hold it up, Wynn. Get out. Hold it up. Get out. Up, 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 up.
Down into the bunker at the right. One was calling it to hold up, and the other was to get down. And between the two of them, they got it wrong.
Well, interesting thing here, we've talked a lot about the bunkers this week, 197 of them. And over the first 3 days, players have hit it in the bunkers 1,328 times, as we watch Ilonen on the 18th.
Lots of bunkers waiting down at 18 for this one. He was quite lucky to get such a good lie, and he's been lucky with the bunker. That has knocked his ball, oh, right across to within 12 feet. What an opportunity to make a birdie when it looked as though it was all wrong.
Bernhard Langer has got an even worse lie than Duval, but again, the grass is at least lying in the right direction. But a lot of grass behind the ball, difficult to get any real control on it. It's got 152 to the front, 165 to the pin, but the pin only just over those 3 bunkers on the left-hand side. Into this really quite strong breeze now.
Well, that must have been a terrible lie there, Julian, because he's come up well short of the green in the left in the semi. No shot left, pinned tight in behind that bunker.
Yeah, I'll let it open up.
Well, a lot happening down here at the 18th as Tiger Woods prepares to drive. Full-blooded tee shot again. You know what happened last night. Straight right he went last evening. Does this follow the lead? Oh, almost the same spot. Well, I don't know if he collided. He certainly stopped pretty quick. He must have hit someone and maybe stayed on the hard piece. Almost the identical shot to last evening. Tiger, we found the ball. Isn't a Tiger of a different sort here?
Second shot, Vijay Singh. It's an unusual sort of result. I think he expected it to jump a little bit more, just coming out of that first cut.
Now up at the 18th green, this is a seriously important moment. Ilonen, who had to jump the fence to hit his second shot, got a lovely bald piece to play it off, where all the spectators had played, then pulled the second shot. No, you don't care. Not everybody that's interested in this championship. Peace and quiet. Reminds me a little bit of Georgie, my granddaughter. Tiger's making his way from the tee to find out where his ball is. I think he's on the sort of bare piece where the spectators have walked. There's his card, 5 birdies in it, but sadly 4 bogeys, or 3 perhaps, 3 bogeys, but here on the green with a putt, certainly to be the leader in the championship. Completed rounds. I think he has this for 65.
That's right, Alex.
Right to left it is. Oh, and he hit it too hard.
Ooh, well, that would have been to post a score of 6 under in the clubhouse, which, the way things are going out there, could be pretty good and could be the final score. But now he's left himself some work.
Back to the 9th, and Colin Montgomerie putting back up this green. It's a bit slippery at the side there, but not slippery enough for Colin. It was a good approach putt.
There's Garcia on 10 for birdie. Flag is 25 on, so this is all of 65 feet. Players have had difficulty all week on uphill putts getting the ball to the hole. Garcia currently 6 under, coming off a birdie on 9.
Nicholas Fast, the second bunker that caught him here on this 14th hole. He mustn't be too greedy, that lip is high. Well, the club blade removed a piece of the revetted turf. But I think he's out and safe and sound. There he is, just short of the walkway. That's a good shot, well positioned. Young men from all over Europe, and Sweden, Finland, the only great player I know from Finland is on the 18th green.
Third shot of Langer on 4. What a great shot from where he was. Played a very good bunker shot earlier in the day. Good pitch shot there to keep his round going.
He's just standing halfway between ball and hole. Have a little visual of how this ball will curve. Mustn't ground a putter, of course, and he hadn't. But he's got this for 66. Having won the amateur championship last year, who knows what could happen.
Darren Clark. Third shot on 7. Oh, just catches the downslope. Not bad. Not bad from there. That pin today is really tight. Difficult to get to.
Vijay Singh deep in the rough. This at the 15th and getting a nice little bit of run, exactly as he hoped. But it's only a par 4.
David Duval in the right-hand bunker on 4. Tremendous shot. 2 good shots there from Langer and Duval. Both players missing this green, both with good opportunities for par.
Elinen with this putt. This putt for a round of 66. Knock this in and pray for a gale to spring up. And he's done it. Last year's amateur champion. It's only a minor miracle that would stop him from being this year's Open champion. 5 under par, leader in the clubhouse.
Tiger's #1 fan. Well, Tiger needs a lot of help today. Reign as the Open champion is almost at an end.
Wayne, it's amazing how close in an Open championship that the spectators get to the players. Just even the caddies having to tuck in. Now he's right over there on the walkway. He's allowed to play from there, but he has to take his risk with the fence. You can't move the fence. And loaded with backspin coming from such a tight lie. A very good shot from Tiger Woods.
Yes, that fence you mentioned, Alex. If the players are within 4 club lengths of the fence, they get relief from it. Otherwise, they just play it. Now Garcia, this is par putt on 10. Yes, well, he made some silly comments earlier in the week about the greens last week at Loch Lomond, how they destroyed his chance this week of winning the Open Championship, but this man can roll his ball.
Jimenez out to 6th. Another very good putt, another Spaniard going very well indeed. Jimenez with that birdie is now 6 under, within 2 of the lead, and a great welcome.
Well, as a past champion, one of the great things about that is you know that you get to come back every year, Alex, until you're 65 and play, which is always nice to know.
Well, we've got a lot to look forward to in that case. Could it be this man that will get that invitation? Third shot, though. And he doesn't like it. As soon as he hit it, he thought it was too much. Well, there you are. It was just hit so beautifully. Ball, turf, backspin loaded on it. And he's got a chance of retrieving the par. His cushion is only one single stroke. And it's Duval at, after 4 holes at 7 under in 2nd place.
Bernard Langer for par on 4. Pete Coleman there just lining him up, and then as moves away just in time, or just before he strokes it, Billy Mayfair. Eagle putt on 6. 21 on, so 63 feet. Yeah, good lag putt from Mayfair. Started the day 5 under, that's to make the first birdie.
Now the man in 2nd place is this one, David Duval. Full flowing swing. It's at the 5th, the par 3. And he might hole out in that little pop-up, and it slowed him down. I can tell you that did him a very big favor. If he missed that, he was down in the valley. I wonder who's on his way home there. Probably my tip on his way to Canada. Beautiful, a marvelous sky today, beautifully clear, crystal clear. Now Bernard Langer on the 5th. His concentration is superb, so too his skill. Good shot.
Nicholas Fast 14. This is for par. Right. Always low. Well, that's the first blemish today for Fast. Drops back to 4 under for the day, 7 under for the championship.
Yes, and the nearer he gets to this green, the greater grows the pressure. Now, Tiger Woods has had 2 birdies, 16 and 17. Can he finish with a hat trick? Well, since April, he's owned all 4 major titles.
His coffee table's starting to empty, Alex. He had the 4 major trophies on his coffee table. Well, he's without 2 of them now. Was birdie putt of Darren Clark on 7. Clark 6 under, and now only 1 behind.
Out to the 10th. Colin Montgomery. In his aggression, you see. The last time he charged a putt, that was way back about the 3rd hole, he resulted in 3 putts. And it's almost about the same distance again as he left it on that occasion.
We have a question. Alex from Eldert Brunsma in Netherlands says, is there a maximum number of strokes a player is allowed to have on a hole, or can he continue to make 15 or 20? Well, the answer to that is there is no maximum, and yes, he can make 15 or 20, although he wouldn't be around for very long. He'd be very hungry. Need to find alternative employment, that's for sure.
Up to the 6th, Ian Woosnam. Well, a little bit of better fortune. An eagle 3 for Ian. Brings him back to just 1 over. 1 over for the day, and he's well back in it at 5 under.
Moddy now for par on 10. Goodness me, 2-3 putts today. Just can't afford those sorts of mistakes. There's too many other hazards around this Royal Lytham and St Anne's golf course.
Now out to the 5th, Bernard Langer putting back up the green. And I must say the greens have stood up wonderfully well to this championship. They can easily stress out with this sort of weather and the fact that they don't sort of encourage much water during the event. I think the staff have done wonderfully well.
Fast on 15, taking an iron. Well, this is conservative. 15, the toughest hole on the course, into the wind. Okay, that'll hold the edge of the left edge of the fairway on 15, but that is a mighty long way home.
David Duval has already taken a free drop away from the sprinkler head. And seems to be taking another one. Rules official David Pepper keeping an eye on it. He was so lucky, as Alex Hay was saying, that stopped the ball. If he was down into the dip another couple of yards beyond, he'd have had no shot at all. The one place not to be today.
David Pepper, of course, the assistant chairman of the championship committee and a fine referee. Takes control of many events. The Women's Open Championship, he used to come and help control it for as many years at Woburn.
Second shot, 15, Nicholas Fast. Took iron from the tee. Well, he can't see much. The flag is down behind the hill. At third tower on the right, the third crane on the right, just below that. Ball just slightly below Fast feet. But he does move it right to left, the pin today, 21 on 4 from the left. But this is anywhere centre of the green's a good shot.
Thank you.
Sit down. Well, very unlucky. That was a good shot there. Fast has played what I think today is an exceptional round. One blemish was his tee shot on 14, where he made bogey, but he's looked very comfortable, confident.
Now back to David Duval, having got relief from that pop-up. Oh! I was going to say, if he'd popped that in there for a 2, he would have, you could expect him to ask for the pop-up to be removed and taken home and framed. Saved him completely from going down into the valley. So he's the joint leader in the championship, and it's one he would dearly wish.
Vijay Singh, second shot on 16.
Come down.
One by one, these players are coming through these last few holes, each trying to post a score that the other players are going to have to catch. Langer now for par on 5. I'll take a break now, Alex, and leave you with Mark James.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much, and a marvellous day, Mark. I'm sure you're wrapped up in it just as we all are. We have a little look at alphabeticals as they go through, let you know where everybody is doing. But very exciting, Mark.
Yes, I was delighted to see Woosie make 3 on the 6th. That'll get everything working again. He knows he's still in it. No one breaking away from the field.
Out to the 11th, Garcia, his 3rd shot. This par 5, 542 yards. And allowing for a bit of run, has done pretty well there, Sergio. Sergio 6 under, 33 he was to the turn, par the 10th. And I must say that we've sort of waited all week to be able to see these wonderful links in the sunshine. It's been grey, it hasn't rained very much, the wind hasn't got up. The practice days, the players were buffeted about. Poor Sandy Ladd took 81 today, which was unfortunate for him, but they're the blue skies, and I always think the Open Championship's final day should at least be in sunshine. Leaders at 7 under.
Yes, it's gorgeous out there. We watch David Duval, Bernard Langer on the 6th tee. Tough tee shot.
Of course, with this helping wind, you can carry the bunker down the left-hand side with the driver, and that's what Duval's going to try and do. It is possible to run out on the far side of the fairway if you get a real good one. 300-yard run out.
Well, that's bouncing about in a pretty thick rough, and at this stage Ken Brown has joined us. A bit of a wild tee shot there, Kenneth.
Well, Duval normally his best controlled shot is a left to right flight, and this hole requires a draw, and slightly overdoing it, but it could be okay. It's certainly a long way up there.
Our joint leader just playing another little shot from off the green, but unfortunately young Nicklaus has left himself another testing putt.
Bernard Langer out with the driver as well. And I can tell you guys incidentally that Nicholas Fast had a 1-iron especially made up for him this week. He's a very long hitter, and he's been hitting 1-iron off the tee almost all the time, apart from the 11th where he's used the driver. He used the 3-wood once on the 18th as well, but otherwise 1-iron.
The familiar loop at the end of the swing, and that was very lucky. Those were the trees Tom Lehman was in the last round in '96, and that's actually fine now, and he'll have half a shot at the green from there. I'm surprised he didn't break a wrist or something with that follow through. It's like Arnold Palmer on too much sugar.
To Garcia. Now, can he get a birdie at the 11th? This green remarkably green in colour. And in the greenness, it was probably just a shade slower than he expected. Hasn't drained out at all. Looking at the surface, maybe it was his shoes. Don't throw one away now. You've got a few holes to play.
Jimenez. Up the little ridge at the 7. Just the par there. Stays at 6 under. One behind.
Colin Montgomerie, long iron to 11. He's hit a super drive up there, and he looks, I think, as though he likes it. No, too far right. Leave him a long bunker shot to the pin on the left.
Nicholas Fast's first blemish of his round came at the previous hole, which he bogeyed. Here at the 15th, a testing putt, very important. Sweet as a nut. Beautiful putt from Nicholas.
Billy Mayfair on the 7th, and this is for a share of the lead. Some putting stroke and some result. 3 players on -7 now.
Yes, those 3 players, Nicholas Fast, Billy Mayfair and David Duval. And then together at 6 under par, Vijay Singh with a couple of holes left to play. Sergio Garcia just missing a chance to join those 3 leaders. Darren Clarke 6 under after 8 holes with an eagle at the 6th. Miguel Angel Jimenez and Bernard Langer also at 6 under par. And Mika Ilinen finishing with that wonderful round of 66, the amateur champion of last year. Des Smith still going along pretty well, 5 under par through 12 holes. Parred the first 3 on the way back. Nick Price and also Ian Woosnam now fighting back in that group at 5 under par with Rafael Jacquelin. Kevin Sutherland, the Californian, heading a group at 4 under par, which is completed by Ernie Els and Jesper Parnevik. And we go a bit further down to see the finishing score of 71, 1 under par from the man who won last year at St Andrews. Let's hear from Tiger Woods.
Tiger, it just hasn't happened for you this week, has it?
No, it didn't. I gave it everything I had, and no regrets. I went out there and played as best I possibly could. And unfortunately, I just didn't hit the ball the way I needed to, and consequently, I wasn't there. With the last 9 holes with a chance, but I had it going for a little bit there. I got off to a bad start today with bogey on 1, but I got it going and birdied 3 holes in a row, and looked like I could make birdie on 7, made par there. But if I would have made birdie there, if I could have got a few more coming in, you never know.
Yeah. Obviously, the target was to shoot a very low round today. I know you never like to relinquish any title, far less a major. How much does it hurt not to be part of this terrific shake-up that we're seeing this afternoon?
Well, I wouldn't say it hurt. It's not life or death, you know. There's no regrets. I tried as hard as I could. If I would have given up out there, then yeah, it would have hurt. But that's not how I play. You know that. And I went out there and I tried as best I could. Unfortunately, as I said, I just really didn't get the momentum going. And when I did this week, I hit a few shots in a row. I'd mess it up somehow, and the momentum would leave me. And it's a great leaderboard right now. It's just unfortunately I'm not up there.
Yeah. What was the main problem? You seem to be having trouble finding fairways consistently, and when you do that at Lytham, I guess it's always a struggle, isn't it?
Yeah, the first 3 days. Today I drove it beautifully. The only bad drive I hit today for the entire day was on 18, and I drove it great today. Unfortunately, I couldn't do that the first 3 days, and I put a lot of stress on my game the first 3 days by not driving in the fairway. And this golf course, the way it's getting firm and fast, and these pin locations are tough, and you need to be in the fairway in order to control the spin coming in the greens.
As always, you've got a terrific reception coming down the last. We'll look forward to seeing you at Muirfield next year.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Thank you, Dougie.
Thanks, Tiger.
Well, he could go far, that young man. Out we go to the 9th. And Darren Clarke to par 3. Beautiful shot from Darren. And that's the distance of putt I always think he's one of the best in the business at.
Nicholas Fast hitting an iron up this 16th hole. Blind tee shot. Pick a line in those, somewhere in those bushes in the distance, and just try and concentrate on making a good strike. He's leaning, but it's only right of centre, and the pin's on the left-hand side. That's in good shape.
Price at the 8th. Little from the right, this one. Nick Price gets the 5 under. The plot thickens everywhere you look. There's a potential winner.
Bernhard Langer has parred every hole so far. At the par 5 now, the 6th. Wonderful connection. Coming from this line, he's got a soar over bunkers. And you miss, as I say, you miss the first one, the second one gets you.
Third at the par 5 for Montgomery. Fantastic shot. Beautifully done. Right up the face he must have been. Ball popped up in the air. Another chance of a birdie at the par 5. Birdie the 6th and the 7th today. Absolutely key if you're going to stay in the hunt.
Duval and pretty thick stuff at the 6th. I think he's got to play a little right.
Get out. Get out.
Oh.
Get out.
He's got away with that again. He's bumping and doing all sorts of things with the green edges.
Mayfair second to the 8th, up the hill to the elevated green. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful shot. Can't afford to miss it left. David Duval's getting a fair few breaks, isn't he? Third hole, the 5th, he got stopped by a sprinkler there again at the 6th.
Could be ominous, Ken. Indication of things to come, maybe. As Darren Clarke putts for birdie. Oh, we've seen him do that a few times this week. And always a beautiful pace on the putt. Still time, though.
Out in 34. In the big group at 6 under.
Nicholas Fast asking for the ball to kick. And that's not a bad shot, is it? Stopped a bit quicker than we imagined.
Cavernous bunker on the left of the 6th. But Langer's no mug with the sand wedge. A little shy, but it leaves him a fairly straight uphill putt. And he's no mug with the putter either, so he's still got a good birdie chance.
He used to be a mug with a putter, didn't he? I mean, I don't think anybody suffered. Ken, you're an authority on putting. He suffered.
He certainly suffered over the years a few times. Now, come on, Colin. Always pushed it. And there's so few birdie holes left. I think that was a vital one for him to make. There's only really the 13th and 16th which are genuine birdie chances on the closing holes.
Well, a lovely view out over the sea. We don't often see it with the tide in. We don't get the water right up to the very edge, but it would appear as if it's visiting today. And even the pier might have made it into damp ground, I'm not sure. As we swing right, heading away over St. Anne's to find Blackpool. Any minute it'll come into view. Down by the end of the railway line we go, the very edge, but it would appear as if it's visiting today. And even the pier might have made it into damp ground, I'm not sure. As we swing right, heading away over St. Anne's to find Blackpool. Any minute it'll come into view. Down by the end of the railway line we go. There's the Big Dipper. There's number 1 just coming into sight. And there's the famous Blackpool Tower. Quite a coastline of golf. Fairhaven to the left, St. Anne's Old Course to the right, virtually surrounding this place.
David Duval after that lucky break with his second shot. Well, that's a circumspect attempt for eagle. Have that short one for his birdie. They're looking to break away now from the pack. That would put him 8 into the lead.
Hasn't put a foot wrong so far, Duval. Scoring-wise, anyway.
There's a funny stroke now. We talk about putting actions. You, Billy Mayfair, particularly on short putts. Beautiful putting stroke when he practices. Watch this one.
You could whisk a dozen eggs with that stroke, couldn't you, Alex?
Yes, it's the tiny ones. You have to. Wayne Grady says he shuts his eyes. He wouldn't like it to be infectious, the stroke.
Who shuts his eyes?
Wayne Grady shuts his eyes. He does. He says, I'm not going to watch this, even when we're commentating. I'll listen for it dropping.
I thought you meant Billy Mayfair shuts his eyes. It sometimes looks like it.
Aye.
It's definitely been tried on tour.
Yeah, there are one or two people who say they putt with their eyes closed. I always looked as if I did. Now this for the lead. Nicholas Fast, good putt, good distance. He's a very fit young man. We saw him interviewed up at Loch Lomond by Dougie Donnelly. And it is just remarkable how they come out of Sweden and they come out of Denmark, they come out of Europe talented. Darren Clark. And just missing. He missed one at the 9th and he's left this one short at the 10th, and each one will be seen later in the day as a chance missed. A 4 for Darren, and he stays at 6 under. Now this is only 2 shots behind the leader.
With a 1 iron again, 17th tee. NF, Nicholas Fast. Perfect.
Monty, this is to save his par though. He certainly needs something to happen, even if he holds this one. Well, that's a good start, but from here it's got to be birdies and nothing else. Probably needs 3 birdies in the last 6 to have a chance.
Currently enjoying 16th. 9th tee and Billy Mayfair. Comes up a little shy on the shortest hole on the golf course. The change in elevation, sometimes it's easy to miss club. The ball goes a little further than you think generally.
That's the view from the high tower down to the 17th green. You can see how it winds its way, dog-legging. Then round we come, the 4 bunkers I mentioned, lying in a line to the front right, and then up there to the left. And that's where Vijay Singh is driven. I didn't save any money on sand here. It's just full of deep bunkers. Gary Player described them sand as the bunkers as the best. He used to just dig it up. They might have added a bit with the recent additions in numbers.
Don't think there's any alternative for Vijay but just to knock it back into play. But he's tempted. You think you can just get a pitching wedge, you can perhaps get it within 10 or 15 yards of the green. High risk procedure though.
Take your time.
No, it's going out sideways. Could be his chances over. 6 under, has to get down in 2 to stay that way.
I think, Ken, that's the quality of this golf course, isn't it? No matter where you are, Just one slight misjudgment and it can be all over. Now this is a tough one for Fast, playing hopefully to just get a little glimpse of the flag over the top. Just about on the middle, one of those large towers. Right to left wind would help.
Oh, hit it, wind. Hit it, wind.
And Scotsman says hit it, so it's going right. And it clings to the green. Very good. It's quite a long way away from the flag, but there's nothing wrong with that, being on the green.
.335-yard drive for Bernhard Langer down the 7th. 206 left to the front, and he's really just got to aim for the middle of the green.
No better tactician than Bernhard Langer. Brilliant. A very hard bounce, though. Just hit the shoulder of that bunker.
Vijay Singh's third to 18. He really must get up and down here to even have an outside sniff, and that's not his best pitch. Left to right player that appeared to move the other way in the air.
Temperatures moving up into the 70s now. It's a lovely day. And just wandering on for Billy Mayfair. Have that to save his par at the 9th.
David Duval at 7. .360 yards he's hit the tee shot. And the hole measures 542, but he's got 181 to the front edge, and he pitched it right on the front edge, and he's looking very, very threatening. Great credit there to this young gentleman, David Dixon. He unfortunately faltered at the last hole. He took a 6 at the last hole to be 2 over for the championship.
Billy Mayfair's attempting to clean up at 9. Yeah, goes safely on his way to the 10th tee.
He tried to change his putting stroke about 2.5 seasons ago, and he completely lost it altogether, so then eventually just went back to what felt comfortable to him.
It can be very difficult to effect a change in either a putting method or a swing. Sometimes the devil you know is a whole lot better than the devil you don't.
That's why my swing is as it is. Now this man, he's attempted many changes, mainly of course with a putter. He had, I remember once with Clive Clark, sold him one for a $5 at Sunningdale. That restored him for about a 3rd visit to the Yips. But the long shafted putter has certainly made a big difference to him, and indeed to Ian Woosnam.
Very tough 2-putt this one, Alex. Up a little ridge. Pace and line, both hard to ascertain.
Turned left at the traffic lights and went up the road to the newsagents.
Didn't get it on the top level, did he? Just wandered left.
It's getting shiny around that hole. They're the last group though. Going to be a problem for the members tomorrow morning. Actually, I think they might put a bit of water on them this evening.
To the 18th, and VJ with a putt here. They're so hard to read. Yes, the caddy's just sort of getting an insect to fly away. He won't touch the surface.
He's
sort of, yes, it is. It's a little insect. He's not showing the line. Big break on this from left to right. "29 feet exactly. That's as the crow flies. Of course, he's going to set it out a wee bit left of that white line to allow for the break. Well, I think that Vijay had made up his mind. It was this or nothing. I have to hold it. It's no good going in here at 5 under and finishing joint third or something. If I could make the 6 under, who knows what might happen.
Nicholas Fast on the 17th. Second shot just finding the right edge of the green. Gives him a very long birdie attempt. Good play there with his second shot. And this would put him in a tie with Duval. Oh my goodness me. That was a beautiful stroke. Well, he's performed superbly under the most severe of pressures.
Well, David Duval, eagle putt on 7. This flag today is very difficult, and this is the best shot that we've seen so far. Big slope up to the hole, left it short, as you can see, but only 3 feet left. That's to go to 9 under.
There's David Dixon finishing off a wonderful tournament. .74 today, and tied for 32nd. It's the number you see on the top left of that box on your screen. Great stuff.
And winner of the silver medal.
I was just about to say that. 70, 71, 70, 74 for David Dixon. Congratulations.
Langer now. Really a must putt for him. Well, not finished yet either. Very disappointing.
Oh, what a terrible way for Vijay Singh to finish. And a putt on the 17th green to get to 7 under. Looks like a closing 6.
I think you can get used to seeing that, Ken, today. And guys are going to come here the last few holes trying to get that score into the bunkers. Very penal, gobble the balls up. And Vijay, good performance this week. Those final round 69. Very costly 6 there on the last.
I think there'll be a few stains on the closing fairway from players leaking oil tomorrow morning. Tough finish to this course.
Second in driving distance this week behind Davis Love, averaged 315 yards. He gives the ball a good belt. A star of the future.
Actually, on Friday afternoon, drove it just a couple of paces off the front edge of this 18th green, which is unheard of. Langer now on 7. This is for par. Still, that's a 3 putt for Langer. Today, 7 pars in a row he started.
Control always difficult out the rough. Second to Billy Mayfair. Ball stopping very quickly. The 10th and 11th green seem a little softer. Much greener.
10 certainly slopes from back to front quite severely. Players are hitting wedges. 11's in amongst the trees. As we go to Duval cleaning up for his birdie at 7.
Ticklish one. Well done. Leads by 2.
Well, we have word that Billy Andrade is back there somewhere. Second shot here on 14. Well, we've you've heard the hit. There, have a look at this for a shot. Great shot from Andre. Well, he's got that to go to 6 under. Not out of the hunt.
Nicholas Fast composing himself on the 18th tee. The tee only a couple of yards, well, the tee marker's only a couple of yards forward, playing its full 412 yards.
Tough drive though, Mark, isn't it?
Oh, it is. There's a row of bunkers across the middle of the fairway, another row a bit further up along the left, another big one on the right. In fact, it's frightening me talking about it. He's hit a 3-wood, and he loves that. A punch of the fist.
I've never seen anyone punch the air after a tee shot before, have you? Funny. I know Tiger throws more uppercuts than Mike Tyson on the green when he holds putts, but it's the first one after a tee shot.
Montgomery, and we're here. This is for an eagle. He's driven the 13th green, par 4. Super effort.
This is the hole where Monty came unstuck yesterday. Ken, remember, put his iron into the fairway bunker. It took 2 to get out and made double bogey. Came off the rails a little.
Duval on the 8th, our championship leader. Railway line on the right, gaping hole of a bunker on the left, but only an iron this week, downwind. A bit close to the bunker, but skidding off that slope, and that's way down the fairway.
Darren Clarke, second to the par 5, the 11th. He's chasing it on. Go on, be the right distance. Good effort. Inevitably, the best place to miss a Linksland golf course green is at the front. Gives you the easiest pitch, generally.
Billy Mayfair on 10. This is for birdie. Not afraid to win on Billy Mayfair. Good ball striker, hits a ball high. I'd say the conditions this week have really suited him with the lack of wind that we've had.
Yes, it hasn't been too strong. Strong enough to make players think, but rewarding good shots, whether you hit the ball high or low. We've seen Duval bring the ball in from the lower troposphere a couple of times.
Andre for a most unlikely birdie. Beautifully done. Back-to-back birdies at 13 and 14. 6 under.
He'll take it, though. Takes him into a share of 4th place with Darren Clarke, Jimenez and Bernard Langer. David Duval with a 2-shot lead at the moment over the rest of the field. But a serious examination is facing the American. Nicholas Fast, great tee shot on the closing hole, sharing 2nd spot with Billy Mayfair. Garcia and Goosen at 5 under par, with Colin Montgomery 5 under after 13, trying to get that challenge reignited. Joe Ogilvy and Raphael Jacquelin, Nick Price and Ian Woosnam, with all his troubles, he's done well to rally to 5 under par. Nearly hold his tee shot on the 1st, and then discovered an extra club in his bag and had to absorb the blow of a 2-shot penalty. 67 from Davis Love, 68 from Michael Campbell, and the defending champion in at 1 under par.
Tee shot of Bernard Langer on 8. All pars today so far for Langer. He needs to start to make some birdies. He's missed the good opportunities on the 2 easiest holes on the course, 6 and 7.
Just looking through the pin sheet here today, 13 are on the right-hand side of the greens and 5 are on the left. And Duval, very much a left-to-right player, favours right-hand pins.
think one of the R&A officials has got one leg shorter than the other.
We'll get all the way there. I mean, we want to give it a chance.
He wants to give it a chance. He does a birdie here, or an eagle. He might be the champ.
Been very impressed at how composed this guy is. Ken, he's really, I don't know anything of him apart from what I saw last week, but very impressed.
It's your shot at the moment, isn't it?
He's had a couple of good finishes recently and gained a lot in confidence. Second in Ireland. Perfect tee shot.
So great maturity this week, Ken. Not an easy position to be in.
Just left of the flag.
Kenny giving instructions just left of the flag, one up straight in the hole.
At least he didn't say, watch those deep bunkers.
Right.
It always got me.
Yeah, with that swing and follow through, he has a tendency to hit it left. It's a bit of a nervous pull, but just don't worry about it. Get up there, line it up. Try and knock it in.
Yes, under this sort of pressure you can hit it sideways. That would safe, but okay. We go to 11 and Billy Mayfair. Got to hit it long and over that trap on the left. 4 foot long rough over on the back of the left-hand trap. A couple of marshals went in there yesterday, still haven't been recovered. That's fine.
Not the longest of it has beat Billy Mayfair. It's a fairly low flight, so that would have been a big carry for him, so favouring the right-hand side.
Darren Clark, front of 11, front of this hole that we just saw Billy Mayfair on. This is for eagle. Okay, 4 foot left for a birdie. Well, most of the gallery's still out on the golf course as Nicholas Fast arrives to this 18th green. But this young man has an opportunity to scare the daylights out of all the best players in the world. Posting a score, and the players on the course know exactly what they have to do.
Clark for birdie. Give him a share of second place. And the Irish fella must be due a bit of luck. I can see maybe a couple of long ones go in the next few holes. Good birdie.
2 behind double D. Very commercial. Front and middle of the green.
Looking down on the 18th green again, and as I said, the grandstand's almost full, but there's still 20-odd thousand, 25,000 other people out around the golf course.
This is your dream moment, isn't it? You think to yourself, this putt's for the Open. If he pops it in, could well be. All those hours and hours of practice.
So I always said that winning one of these, Ken, was all about preparation and opportunity. You had to be prepared for if the opportunity came along to try and grab it. It's no good questioning yourself whether you think you deserve it while you're there.
Bernard Langer on the 8th. Long putt for birdie, good 45 feet that. He's had a bit of a rush of blood there. Just had a 3 putt from the back of the 7th. Doesn't want to follow it with another.
Pricey for a birdie. So both he and Darren Clark birdie the 11th. Price at 6 under.
There we have a look, 39 feet from Nicholas Fast between himself and posting the score of 8 under. It's looking good. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh. Well, what a great effort there from Fast. 4 under for the day. We post a round of 67.
Amazing, it seemed to just turn at the hole side. A yard ago, you'd have put all the money in the world it was going to go in.
Looked perfect, didn't it? Beautiful putt. A great championship for this young fella.
May not be the end of it for him yet. Almost odds on, they were saying this morning, for a playoff this afternoon.
Yes, he did. Bad time to have 4 pints of lager.
Disappointing day for Paul Lawrie.
Even worse day for Pierre Fulker. He's now 10 over for the day, 5 over for the championship. Just made 8 on the par 3 12th.
It's a round of 76 for the 1999 Open champion Paul Lawrie. And is he shaking the hand of the 2001 champion?
Looks pretty good from David Duval. Perhaps Bernard Langer's ball just frightening him a little bit. And a terrific closing round for Nicholas Fast. Out in 31, back in 36-67.
Is Monty for a birdie at 14. Currently even for the day, 5 under for the championship. And he's going to need a couple of these. Well, that was as close as you can get. Someone sneaked up and put cling film over that hole.
Langer for par on 8. Oh, good putt, Langer. That's really important for him.
Trying a little low runner here. Real links land shot. Oh, get up. Superb effort, though. A great tee shot from Nick Price. Don't know how his ball finished there.
That was criminal. Played it perfectly.
Duval now for par on 8. Duval 3 under today. Birdie's on 3, 6 and 7, and leads by 2.
Billy Mayfair's second to the 11th. It was a fairly easy swing. Just laying it up, leave him a pitch in.
That lie couldn't have been that good, Mark, could it? Because we've seen everyone going at this hole today.
Yes, it was just in the wispy stuff, and then it's real 50-50.
9th tee, David Duval.
Well, those little cut shots that he plays, left to right, pin front right, beautifully judged.
Bernard Langer after watching Duval. Just flying it a little bit too far onto the green. We've seen that. Anything that lands close to pin high just releases to the back. Frustrating day for Bernard so far. No birdies yet.
So Fast has finished at 7 under par that round of 67, and 7 under par is the target. That's what David Duval must bear in mind, but he leads by 2. Darren Clarke, Billy Mayfair in pursuit, And at 6 under, Nick Price, Miguel Angel Jimenez and Bernard Langer, who's parred every hole of the front 9 so far, but he's had to make some longish putts to maintain his position on that leaderboard. The Californian Kevin Sutherland with that round of 67, and Mika Ilonen a splendid 66. And also at 5 under, struggling to make progress from that position, Colin Montgomery, close to birdie at 14, but staying at 5 under par. Sergio Garcia, Ernie Els, Raphael Jacquelin and Ian Woosnam also at 5 under par. And Vijay Singh double bogeying the final hole for his round of 69. Billy Andrade, Des Smith still out there at 4 under par. And Joe Ogilvy and Jesper Parnevik also at 4 under par. Joe Ogilvy with a couple of birdies at 10 and 11.
Darren Clark with this very awkward putt. This little ridge, 3.5 feet high. It's quite a steep one.
Not a very good read there by Clark, but very unlucky now. Langer, long birdie putt on 9, sorry. Well, a little better first putt than the last 2 greens. Langer will have that for 9 pars and an outward half of 35.
Billy Mayfair on the 11th. Pitched it up just short of the green. And that's a little tentative, to say the least.
It's won 5 times on the US Tour.
Duval to go to 10 under. Ooh, very tentative there. Could have started to put quite a lot of distance between himself and the next.
Price for a very rare 2 at the 12th. Stays at 6 under.
Almost not allowed to make 2 on 12, are you? When the pin's cut there. Very difficult, and it's only a guy like Pricey that could get the ball close.
Yeah, someone made it too early and they had to call for a ruling. It was eventually allowed. Langer taps in for his par at 9. Steadiness personified, but may not be enough at the end of the day.
Darren Clark now. This is for par on 12.
Tough one to read, this one. A couple of slopes. One from the back of the green and the other one coming off the bunker. Difficult to see the line.
Good putt. Good putt. Currently enjoying a really great month. He's running back there. He throws that off so no one can see him having a sneaky cigar, but then they watch him all the way back to pick it up. Jimenez moves to 7 under.
Well, just as things were thinning out, they're clogging up again. Apart from this man, he has a 2-shot lead. 10th tee. And he's hit that straight up the middle. He's just hitting it like frozen rope today, Duval.
A 6 at a par 5. Can't afford to do that at this stage. birdie holes running out.
Bernhard Langer now, tee shot on the 10th. He bogeyed it in the first 2 rounds and then birdied it yesterday.
Oh, beautiful.
Slightly fortunate there. 37 wins in the European Tour, Bernhard Langer. Just got away with that one, and that'll be fine there.
Have a look at the 10th hole. The shortest 4 on the golf course, 335 yards. A little sheltered tee. And the fairway are completely unsighted over these 2 humps. Most tee shots kick to the left and can easily be gathered into the left-hand rough. If you find the fairway, it's a very receptive green that slopes from back to front. The pin today is on the back right, 25 on 4 from the right-hand side. One of the smallest greens on the golf course. Both players have found the fairway.
While we watch these players on 12T, Gene Nisbet has asked the question, and which will be very relevant today with so many players bunched and tied on different scores. If 3 players tie for second, does the prize money, how do they determine the prize money? Well, they add the second, third and fourth prize money together and then divide it equally. And we're likely to see quite a number of players bunched up on the scores at the end of the day.
Padraig Harrington I saw going through there. He was one of the players who made a 2. 3 players have made a 2 on the 12th today. Harrington, Franco and Ilonen.
This pin only 4 from the right. No pin today more than 15 feet from the edge of a green. ...193 yards. There's the pin. Ken's operated the telestrator with a silky touch. Makes a change, one of the people in the back room said. Somewhat cruel. Tough shot this. Oh, he's been fortunate if it stays there. That's not bad, that's only 30 feet from the pin.
A 120 shot, maybe more than 10, but safe side would be a 120.
Bernhard Langer with 120 to the pin. The ideal position here is pin high left. That will give the straightest putt. Bernhard Langer has played the back 9 incredibly well. He's played it in 35, 34, 34.
Always been a brilliant short-arm player.
Well, a little conservative. Bernhard's got a straight uphill putt there for a birdie. Had all pars so far. Nick Faldo had 18 pars in 1987 at Muirfield to win on Sunday, but somehow I don't think 18 pars for Bernhard today will quite get the job done.
David Duval with 105 left to the pin, which would probably be normally just about an ideal sandwich. There's quite a lot of wind up there, though, so he's either got to hit that pretty hard or he may just go for a very soft wedge into his face and from the left. Duval's made his score on the par 5s. He's 9 under on the par 5s, 1 under on the par 4s and 1 over on the 3s.
Well, you can look at it whatever way you want there. Very aggressive on the right-hand side, but a touch unlucky. That could almost have been 6 feet for a birdie.
Willie Mayfair to the 12th. Looks like he's just trying to fade it in with the wind. Well, it's a solid shot, but it needs to stop. That's fine. Well played.
Like trying to hold the ball on an aircraft carrier runway, isn't it? Almost impossible. You're always going to finish in the sea somewhere.
Yes. Not easy at all. That's a small target.
11th. This is Woozy for birdie. Long attempt. Seen many eagle attempts here. Come on, Woos. Oh, yes. Wow, how about that? Go, Woozy, go. Move Woozy back to 6 under. Even for the day.
And if you're just joining us, Ian Woosnam got a 2-shot penalty on the second tee for carrying an extra club in his bag. He had a 2 at the first and had to put a 4 on his card, so everyone delighted to see Woozy right back in it, especially his caddy.
Yes, those caddies currently being transported towards 7 of the local hospital.
th fairway. This is Darren Clark's going to be first to play his second shot in a divot, unfortunately. So there's a couple of bad breaks he's had. At the 12th, he could have got a nice shoot ahead, and that would have been nice to get near the pin at the 12th. And here at the 13th, another problem. Only 110 yards and a nice little wedge, probably just a sand wedge for Darren. Pin in an awkward position now.
Efficient swinger, Darren, quite short. Got a friend who swings it short and tight. Fletch, if you're watching, learn to play in a telephone box. Hope your back's better, mate.
Technique out of a divot, Mark?
Just nudge it out with the foot when no one's looking, Ken. Usually works for me, but in this situation that doesn't apply. I always move it back and beat down on it. Did you have any other way of playing it?
No, that's it. Make sure you hit the ball first. Easy to...
And about 100. Keep it just a shade left of the flag. Yeah.
Played that very nicely. Half a chance of a birdie.
Duval on 10. Good shot from Duval. He lives in Jacksonville, Florida, near the Tournament Players Club there, and they have brilliant practice facilities, chipping and putting facilities.
Jimenez going with a putter. Reasonably commercial.
Tenth hole, Bernard Langer up the green. He didn't want to have another rush of blood on this one because it goes slightly down past the pin. A great view there. Just gave it a fraction too much, but a really good roll. He's going to have to just hit it a fraction closer with his irons.
Changed to a different ball at the start of this year and a new set of clubs, and since then he hasn't looked back, Bernard.
That was Billy Mayfair on 12. So we've only seen 3 birdies on this hot par 3 hole today.
This would be a nice little save for Duval. He's shown a lot of adaptability with those little chips around the greens on this links course. Very good. Moving steadily along. Can't really see what he's thinking with those shades on.
Very sharp, bright blue eyes behind them.
He certainly seems to know what he's doing most of the time.
I think we should say well done to Paul Smith and his greenkeeping staff. Done a splendid job this week.
That was the tee shot of Duval on 11. You could see him riding it a little bit as it was going right, but safely on the edge of the fairway. Birdie, birdie, birdie here on 11 for Duval. Well, someone of his length, and as Julian Tutt just said, 9 under for the par 5s this week.
Well, Holt. Good threes. Stays 7 under. A couple behind.
Bernard Langer clearly doesn't have David Duval's a length off the tee, but nonetheless he's birdied twice here, parred it the other time.
Signalling right, shouting 4. And I think it stopped short of where the spectators walk, so that'll be a
short of the spectator walk.
As Julian said, stopped short. Be chopping out and going with a 9-iron wedge for his third.
Billy Mayfair on 12 for par. Mayfair 1 under for the day, coming off a 6 on the 11th. That might prove to be very costly at the end of the day. Three behind Duval, 5-time winner, as Keane Brown has already mentioned.
Price, sorry, over the back of the 13th green. Awkward shot. He should swing back from there a little bit. Very well played.
Was he at the 12th? Dragged it a fraction left and a touch hard.
You've really only got about 4 or 5 yards deep and wide an area to land it on that 12th to get it close. Darren Clarke on 13.
Quite a big swing from the right. Just slightly overread it. Stays 2 behind. Who can put the final thrust in?
So Darren Clarke can't break out of the group at 7 under par, 2 shots off David Duval's lead. Ian Woosner moves into the group at 6 under par, but Nicholas Fast has set the target 7 under par with his round of 67. He'll be going somewhere quiet, I should think, shortly to watch the next couple of hours of action with great interest, because it's a tough target he's set. When he came off the course, he talked with Dougie Donnelly.
Nicholas, congratulations. You've just played probably the most important round of your life and turned in one of the best scores under these circumstances. You must be very pleased with yourself.
I am. I played very good out there today. Made a few mistakes, putted fairly well, and was quite happy with the effort I gave it. Yeah.
What a great start you had, which obviously is important.
Yes, but I really played well, and I got my chances, knocked in a few of them, and really gave it all I had out there. I knew I had to gain the ground on the front 9, because he was obviously playing very tough on the back 9, and I did that. You never know if you're going to shoot a real low score, but I gave it all I had, and I did shoot a fairly low score, yeah.
And hit 2 great putts at the 17th and 18th, but they both just stayed out, didn't they?
Yes, a little bit annoying. Obviously, I would have liked to be closer, but I really had a good feel for the putt, especially on 18, and it was looking to me like he was going in all the way there. Now, it's a bit disappointing, obviously, but I mean, great putt and great round. What can I say? I gave it all I had.
7 under, 9 under leads at the moment, but with that back 9 to come, what are you going to do for the next hour or so?
Well, I haven't had time to think of it, but I'll have to eat, obviously, and maybe work out just slightly to keep my body fit for playoff if there would be one. I don't feel that 7 under is going to be enough, but you never know. The back 9 are playing tough.
Wonderful day, whatever happens, Nicholas. Many congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Played in 5 Open Championships. Prior to this one, Nicholas Fast never qualified. Always failed to qualify, so a special week for him.
Familiar face of Sergio Garcia. Very talented young Spaniard. Difficult putt this on 16. The hole is sitting up on a little bit of a hump. Good effort though for Garcia. Needs 2 birdies on the last 2 holes to have any chance. 7 under already in the clubhouse. But the 17th and 18th holes ranked 2nd and 5th hardest holes on the golf course.
Bernard Langer found it in the right-hand cabbage. This is just a chop out. Mustn't get greedy. Greed is a terrible thing on the golf course. Well, that's well done.
See how much further there that Duval had hit the tee shot. Langer not quite as long through the air, had to try and take it a little further to the right.
This is Nick Price for his par at 13, and this is down and across, and this is a horrible little putt.
Duval now 2nd shot on 11. Flag on the left-hand side of the green. Wind into his face. Well, that's the bunker that we saw Monty in earlier. Monty played a splendid shot out of it.
Sound problems for Woosnam. Little floaty one. Oh, magic, magic, magic. Well done, Ian. Hasn't he done well? I think we can give him his par at the 12th there. It's 6 under.
Billy Mayfair at 13 traps both sides of the fairway. Just got to keep it straight with the crosswind. It's heading for one of those evil little bunkers.
Langer 3rd shot on 11. Well, a little stunned about that. Langer's iron play is his strength, and that is way offline. Bernard, I think, just a little frustrated. 10 pars today. No bogeys, no birdies.
Bernard, who's always turned all his stumbling blocks into stepping stones somehow or other.
Billy Mayfair down the left-hand side of the 13th, and an ideal angle to get at this pin. Cut 5 in from the right and just 17 yards on. His total yardage is 118 yards to go. Into the wind and from the right. There might be a little punch shot. It's just a little wedge. Beautiful afternoon out here now. Almost cloudless sky.
Just a comfortable one.
Yes, he judged that tee shot perfectly, laid it up short of the left-hand traps, leaves a slightly longer pitch in, but he's in good shape to attack the pin with just a wedge.
Third shot to Duval on the 11th.
Well, the players have shown all week if they do have a good stance or a flat stance in these bunkers that they are quite playable. Great shot there from Duval.
So he nudges that one in, it'll be 10 under for the par 5s this week.
Darren Clark, a perfect drive down the middle of the 14th fairway. A bit of breeze coming from the left. 123 to the front. That's the key number for him, because as we've seen all week, this green runs, the ball runs away from front to back very quickly. Just a wedge.
Oh, Darren.
A touch safer than he was imagining.
Miguel Angel Jimenez from the middle of the 13th, just cutting in a wedge into this right pin position. 113 yards for him, holding quite well against the breeze.
This is Langer's great strength around the greens. He's brilliant. Tough chip though.
He's got his work cut out for him for his 11th par in a row as Langer. And his playing partner David Duval got a chance to go 3 in front. And I'm going to leave you now and give you the familiar voice of Peter Ellis.
Thank you, sir. And the familiar figure of Ernie Els, who's 5 under. This to go 6 under.
Seen a lot of lipped out putts this week. What do you reckon to that, Peter? It's amazing. Sometimes, some courses that just happens. Other courses you just see everything diving in. Moving over to the 11th, and Bernard Langer after that slightly steamy chip. He's got this one back up and over. A slope on the edge of the green for his for his par. He chopped out of the rough, of course. It is 3rd right of the green. And that's a very bad 6 for Bernard. Drops him back into a tie for 7th at -5.
Lauren Roberts now at the 18th. He's just gone 4 at the 15th. So 3 at the 17th, I should say. And this one is in it. What a way to finish. 4-3-3. And that's 4 rounds of 70 for Lauren Roberts. And what wouldn't some folk out there give for that finish today? 4-3-3.
Now back to our leader, David Duval. Beautiful bunker shot. And he converts that for another birdie. So David Duval hits double figures. He's 10 under par for the championship. And that's the first time that's been achieved this week.
13th green, Miguel Angel Jimenez. And this to break out of the tie at -7. Close the gap on David Duval. Starting to look ominous, a 3-stroke lead. That's a lovely putt. Well done. Mechanico, as they call him.
Well, you have him on the leaderboard now at 8 under and just 2 behind Duval, but you only need one little mistake on this links, one wrong bunker shot, one bad stance, and 2 shots can be wiped away just like that as we watch Darren Clarke here at the 14th. And again, another beautiful putt, just leaves this small tap in, but it's birdies that Darren needs now, not just pars. He stays at 7 under.
Ellie Mayfair now at the 13th for a birdie. Duval now coming to the dangerous stretch of holes. He's been chased, but now people will be looking for mistakes or a bit of good fortune or a mixture of all sorts. Not an easy hole, this, the 12th. The last of the par 3s.
Well, so far this week, David Duval has been -9 on the front 9 and 1 on the back 9, and in Maynard there's been 1 on the front 9 and 7 on the back 9.
188 to the pin, which is only 9 over the bunker. And this last pair have just gone on the clock on 11th. Perhaps no great surprise that, with Lang having a bit of trouble.
For the viewer at home, that means they're playing a little too slowly, and some ruthless official is following them with a stopwatch. And that's a horrible feeling when you're playing a round of golf, more so when you're the last group out in the open, but it has to be done.
Well, that ball dropped into the bunker. I was making the point of the deep bunkers. If you get the wrong stance, the wrong angle, you can lose 2 shots just like that. Here's Bernhard Langer. Pyramids to the left, bit of hospitality across there, but nobody's worried about that. From here, that bunker on the extreme right of the green, the pin, you can see just fluttering above it. Sunday position, as tight a position as you could ever have on this green.
Doesn't look as though he's rushing, does he, Alex, through being on the clock? I think he's just doing his normal thing. Scrupulous in matters of getting ready to hit the ball.
Well, he played away wide from the bunker that protected the flag, and he's got a long bunker shot from there. It all depends now how Duval's ball is lying.
Menez at the 14th. Dead.
Now Ian Woosnam at 13. That looked no more than an 8 iron. And that's a magnificent shot from Woosnam. And what a brave, courageous fight back this is.
Mayfair at the 14th. Alongside Jimenez today, who's found the bunker down the right-hand side. Right. Oh, the old Gravers are at work already. Do you think they dare just sort of limbering up? Bit early perhaps to start chipping away. But the way Duval has been striking the ball today, it might be, well, we have to just wait. I don't think we'll start operations just yet. Very skillful.
At least Severiano Ballesteros won't win this year, Peter. He has to start a week early for that.
I don't know how he ever got the cup ready for that presentation, but there you see it's beautiful round so far from Duval.
To the 16th, and Parnevik, a chance for an eagle 3 at this 16th hole. And he's driven the green once again, as he did last evening. 359 yards this hole. Now it goes right to left and left to right. And the caddy went left to right on that last few rolls. Well done, Jesper. Twice he's finished second, once fourth in this great championship.
This will take a bit of skill. He's on a down slope. It's going to run.
Well, that was almost as good as he could possibly do. If we give him half a dozen shots, he might have got one a bit nearer. Nearly hit the flag.
Thirteenth green in Woosnam's birdie putt. Like a lot of players, needs to hole a couple of 25-footers. You're not going to want to be worse than 8 under, I don't think. It's a good roll. Oh, beauty. Well done, boys. Moving, 7 under. Those legs will be working away again. Great stuff.
Interesting there, Mark. It was a marker almost directly in his line from his companion there, and he just left it there. He didn't move it to the side, putted out, went round it. Very good putt, well judged.
Jimenez down the last of the bunkers on the right-hand side of 14. I really don't think he can get to the green, 165 yards, but must make certain he doesn't get any more bunkers further down this fairway. He's played out safely.
Well, we've seen many players trying to achieve a lot from those bunkers and hitting the faces. We watch Darren.
Second shot, 15th. Beautifully struck long iron, and he hit a good drive too. You can't hit two better shots than that, really. Just needs a bit of luck.
Duval for a par at the 12th. No. So that just tightens things up a little bit. He drops back to 9 under. There's one stroke ahead of Jimenez, who possibly is going to drop a stroke at the 14th. It's almost to the day of the 50th anniversary of Max Faulkner's victory in this championship at Royal Portrush, 1951. I was privileged to be there. Pennard Golf Club are doing him proud, the big dinner and affair down there. Max is playing. I hope you're having a good time down there, Max, and all your chums say send you best wishes.
Well, Bernard Langer from his bunker shot got the putt, made a 3, and he's picked up a shot on Duval.
Awkward shot for Billy Mayfair for his second on the 14th. He's on a slight downslope, and that's going to add to the strength of the club. He's got 155 yards to go, just 140 to the front, and this green tends to run away from the players. Pin behind the right bunker.
No good for distance. Had an email saying, what does pin high mean? It means level with the flag. It means you're the sort of perfect distance. You're not in the hole. You're whatever distance you are, left and right, but level with the hole. Now here's a good week's work for this man, Des Smith. For his par at the final hole. Well done, Des. 47 years of age. 2 birdies, 2 drop strokes, a 71. Excellent play. 74, 65, 70, 71.
They're in 15th spot, and of course for next year the top 15 in this year's championship will be exempt, so that was a big putt to make for Des.
His companion from the round, Billy Andrade of the United States, and that also a 4, and that also a 71 and 4 under.
Third shot for Jimenez on the 14th. Strong wind from the left, 120 yards to go. Just a wedge.
It's a good shot, just lacked a bounce. We haven't seen Monty for a while. He's 1 over for the day, still 4 under. Dropped one at 15. Joe Ogilvy, the American, he's 1 under for the championship, just taken 7 on the 15th. So things starting to clear up a little.
Now this little putt is for a birdie for Parnevik, who drove the par 4, 16th. Still only 3 off the lead.
Well, Lauren Roberts finished 3-3, so it can be done. Now Langer. Interesting how people see shots differently. Bernard with an iron from the tee. We've seen this green driven several times during the week. We've seen the 16th driven twice by Parnevik. This is okay as long as you don't put it in one of those early bunkers. He's over there.
That just seemed to die and stalled on the wind. He's come up well short and much left of where he wanted to be.
Playing extremely safe there. It's 230 odd yards to that first trap on the left from the tee. Bernard's only hit that about 190, but at least it's not in a bunker, so that's a positive. Duval trying to do what Langer was trying to do, and that's fine, laying well back, dead safe.
Very interesting swing of Duval's. This is a big putt.
Yes, Darren Clarke, this time about 18 feet. Broad stands, beautiful smooth stroke, aiming for about a foot of break right to left. And he's not given it enough. You could almost tell from the moment that he hit it, he was perhaps not convinced that it would come back. Another par. A par where birdies are needed and all opportunities must be taken if he's going to win this championship. It's such a tight affair right now. Had he knocked that in, he'd only be one shot behind the leader. And he knows it. He's missed about 3 in the last hour of that distance.
14th green, long putt for Mayfair. Cheers are ringing out all round the course. Mayfair 6 under, 3 behind.
Monty, this is the 16th, I think, 17th, all right. Oh, what a lovely touch. Oh, no. Oh, wonderful. Well, hands of a surgeon there to do that. Brilliant. That was for a par, incredibly.
Takes Connor to 5 under.
Langer's ball actually is lying pretty well. He's in the very burnt sort of rough, so I think he should be able to get some grip on the ball, and it's into wind anyway, so there shouldn't be a great deal of run on it.
There appeared to be a dark object.
Can you turn all mobile phones off, please? Thank you.
It wasn't mine.
Miguel Angel, this is for his par at 14, after going in that right-hand trap. Oh, it's a good attempt, but just died off at the hole. So he goes back to 7. Duval has a 2-shot lead again.
At least being over on that side, Langer has the advantage of a good line into the pin over on the right-hand side, and it's down in a little valley, so if he gets it close, it should gather in towards the pin.
Great shot. Go right. Kick right. Kick right. Okay, thanks everyone.
Well, that's a fairly good recovery from Bernhard Langer to the green. And as Peter was saying, you can hear the cheers, people being welcomed onto every green, not just to 18th.
Langer. From Langer to Duval, second shot. Anything pitching short of this hole has tended to stop and spin back. So you're pitching into an upslope from this distance. I don't think we've seen too many go past this hole. Our leader by 2 from Nicholas Fast, who's in the clubhouse, having gone round his 67. Just got on the top of the bank, and that's left him a very holeable putt. Excellent judgment of distance.
To the 14th and Billy Mayfair. Another return putt, and he's got that one. He's really having a crack at every first putt. He hasn't left any of them short.
Lewson at the 18th, playing with Sergio. So the putt coming back for a 71, and Sergio is just 1 under today, 5 under for the championship.
Ian Woosnam, second to the 14th. He likes it. He's staring it down at the pin. Get up. Oh yes, good shot. Because he's rolling now. He'll have that to close the gap.
And whatever he finishes mark, everybody's going to subtract 2 as we go to the 18th. And Sergio Garcia at 5 under, 1 under for this round. Putt for 69. That's a good putt. It was the perfect line. It was just a little too firm. Two very talented people on this green. This young man has a great future in golf. Sometimes says a few things that he might regret as he gets older and thinks back about what he did.
Yes, he's had a touch of foot-in-mouth disease, hasn't he, Alex?
Darren Clarke in the rough, quite deep rough, but it's sitting better than he might have expected here on the 16th. He's got himself 140 yards to go, which it really isn't what he wants here at all. I'm quite surprised in the circumstances he didn't have a little shy at this green, which Nick Price did, and put it into the bunker right next to the flag. A good shot, but Darren's got a tough shot down here to stop it out of here.
You see the flag there, just above the dry grass. What a shot, what a magnificent shot from Darren. And just the glazed green allowing it to slide past. Wonderful recovery there from that thick rough. Out with a cigar.
When do you think the size of a cigar becomes an artificial aid? You know, you can test the direction of the wind with a good old strong puff, or you can lay it on the ground and line up with your drives on it, or what?
Smoke signals, I think.
Smoke signal, all sorts of stuff. Langer at the 13th.
Retief Goosen finishing off with a par. A good solid championship. Finishes at 4 under in 14th place at the moment.
And he's had a few good weeks' work, hasn't he? In the US Open, Scottish Open. Now David Duval, after that fine iron shot in here at the 13th, it's, well, if there's an easy hole on the course, you would say this one, although many get in trouble. But this is for a 3. That's a good putt. You see putts heading for the hole here, and it's just a question of the speed. They allow the right line, but all of those that have seemed to die just the distance to the cup have been the ones that have gotten into the hole. Others have spun out sheer edges on this links turf.
Sergio finishing off at the 18th. $70 it is. That's well played. Here's Woosnam for a birdie. Discovered he had an extra club in his bag when he got on the second tee, having nearly held his tee shots of a two-stroke penalty. But he's battled back amazingly well. This to go to 8 under. Oh, we thought it was turning, but it wasn't. I'm sure there'll be much written about this extra club. It's very easy to blame the caddy or the player, but usually they have someone on the tee who takes a survey of all the clubs that are used, and a right number of people checking all sorts of bits and pieces. I'm amazed it slipped through the net.
Yes, I think they only do that on the first day, Peter. That's we'll have to review that as we move to Parnevik. 17th.
Well, rather like the faux pas with Harrington's card at the Belfry when it was wasn't signed correctly, when there were enough people in there to check these things out. Woosnam finishing off at the 14th. Two beautiful shots he played in there, and it so nearly got a birdie. Playing with Ernie Els, who was 1 under for today.
David Duval at 14. Is that right? Is that gone to trouble? Oh dear. That sounded awful. I think it hit.
And they caught him right on the knee, didn't it? The fellow in the red pants.
Yes, it did.
Clever of him to wear red pants. It covers up the blood.
Attracts the bulls.
Darren Clark for his birdie on 16. Yes, well done. Right in there now with Duval in trouble. He deserved that one, and he deserves a couple more.
Yes, he's had lots of putts. I can think of at least 10 that just skimmed past the hole.
Final group into the famous 5. Don't know what Indy Blyton would have made of it, but Langer's played the last 5 holes here in 1 under, and Duval in 2 over so far, and he started back in a spot of bother.
David.
Good drive from Langer.
Why do you look after that? Because it wasn't cutting much, that's why. The wind is off the left.
Been together now for 40 years, and it don't seem a day too. What are you doing here, Monty, at 2? 4 for 72. Come on, come on, come on. That one for a 72 for Colin.
Now Darren Clarke, who's moved very close. No, what's that? That was an unusual flight there. A nice long, low running hook, but it doesn't want to run any further. Oh, what a shame. You could just see the overspin on that ball, just heading it straight towards the sand.
He probably thinks it's okay as well.
Any else? 2 lovely shots to 18. This to go to 6 under. Yes, well done. To take him into tie for 6th. And a good solid championship for Ernie. No fireworks.
Ian Woosnam. Well, he drove that ball with a straight-bladed club. And it winds its way down to the little hollow. And I think that's pretty good.
I think he's striking the ball as well as he ever has. 72 for Colin. Just another championship slip by. So near and yet so far. Gave it his all, but it just was not to be. Tied for 14th at the moment.
Interesting little banter, bit of banter going on between Duval and the Mancunian solicitor, whose right knee was hit. He's got a ball. He was threatening to sue him, but thought Duval probably wasn't worth the money anyway. The problem, though, for Duval now is that the wind is hard off the left. He's got a severe hanging line. In other words, the ball is well below his feet, which is going to encourage a left to right flight. And he tends to hit it left to right anyway. So he's going to have to aim this quite a long way left, particularly with the pin tucked away in behind a bunker.
David.
Now to chase it. Fairway's firm. Plenty of chase, and he's avoided the bunker.
He looks like the coolest man in the arena. He's had 1 bogey in the last couple of holes. Over to the other side. Julian, what about this one from Bernhard?
Super drive, perfect position down the left-hand side. He can see the base of the pin just about. 141 to the front. Either a very smooth 8 or a good 9.
And that's a good shot from Bernhard Langer. Very good shot indeed. Well, it's still anyone's championship. There's no question about it. Nicholas Faston at 7 under. He can do nothing more but wait and watch and wonder.
Miguel Angel Jimenez, he's been in a bunker on this hole. You don't go far from those. Splashed it out, hit it onto there. And just got to take the medicine sometimes. Make your bogey.
The fencing there down the right-hand side of 18, and there you see on the other side of it Jesper Parnevik. Now, it's all well worn and walked away across there, and Jesper is 6 under for the championship, 1 under for this round, and I think he's going to elect to play it. He can't have the fencing removed.
Quickly though to Mayfair for a par at the 15th. Amazing there, that putter slices across the ball. And he does it time and time again.
Now you see him, this ball, he is within 4 lengths of the fence. He could go over the fence at no penalty, but he'd be dropping it into grass about 15 inches deep. But he has no way of removing any fencing. He's going to take it on, and it's got a tight lie, which means he can get backspin. If he chooses the right club, he might take on that flag position.
Those spectators may well get a mouthful of dust in a minute.
Peter, this looks no more than a 7-iron. No, he doesn't like it. He may have turned it over, may have pulled it away. There it is, yeah. He had to hold it up, he knew that, but he was worried of the bunker's front right. The last minute, a little bit of right hand came in, and now he's in trouble on the left.
Up in there somewhere, I think, at top of the grandstand. Up there. He looks happy, but this could be the end of his championship hopes here. Remember my old pal David Thomas coming here with 2 4s to win the championship. Beautiful drive, hit a 7-iron, a little bit heavy, came up 5 or 6 yards short of the green, took 3 more to get down from there, tied with Peter Thompson. Lost in the playoff, but here's a man who's hitting the ball quite beautifully. But he's tugged it, hold your line, he said, and that's dived in. Ooh, a horrid place. He struck the ball so majestically today.
David Duval, front left on the 14th. That was a pretty good second out of the cabbage over there. We'll just be rolling this one up to the hole side. And that's the job well done on this hole. Barring accidents, it's another par tucked away.
It's 2 bad shots almost.
Up in the grandstand is where Darren Clarke's ball flew. If it stayed up there, then there's no problem, because he would get into one of the dropping zones. They have several dropping zones. And Mike Houston's down there. Tell us, Michael, what's happening?
Well, we've had a bit of fun and games around here, because out of the fairway bunker, unfortunately, Darren got it rather close to the pipe on the club and hit it into the crowd, into the big gallery, into the big grandstand on the right. And he's now, Mike Shea, the referee from the USPGA, has put him into the nearest dropping zone to where the ball crossed the impediment.
Yes, we could see the white paint around it. Bernard Langer. A right to left break on this putt. He's read it. Yes, he has. That's a beautiful putt from Langer. And that birdie takes Bernhard to 6 under through the 14th.
Clarke's 3rd, 70th hole, 71st hole. Come on, Round, don't go in there. '17th and 18th here have been the graveyard of many over the years.
Duval tapping in for his par. 2.5 feet though. He looks rock solid. Moving serenely on.
Ian Woosnam in a dreadful spot. Down there. Oh, and he nearly... Well, he needed to hit the flag really with that at the 15th. That's a lush spot. There's nothing dried out down there. Thick and damp. Well, as all the matches close in on the last handful of holes, you can expect the noise. All the spectators, thousands and thousands of them gather. And here, Peter, a little bit of a mistake with the third shot, eh?
Well, the tee shot was the one that caused the problems, Alec, wasn't it? He just hit it too far. Oh, that saved him a longer putt. Amazing. Have another look. Dabbed down on it. Came up, rattled up, almost pitched straight in the hole. That had just been a touch either way that could have jammed in the hole. And funnily enough, there's almost a little anticlimactic feeling around the course at the moment. Duval's leading by 2, with Clark doing what he's doing here. Jimenez having dropped a couple of strokes. That's his second up to the 16th. Woosnam in trouble. And the challengers are just easing the way for Duval a little bit, although he wouldn't know that.
Well, here he is. A swing, quite unique swing. Oh, unique by all means, but that's another wayward tee shot, so even the pressure getting to him. Down to 15th.
Well, he could be in heavy rough, decent rough or bunker.
Barnevik at 18 for a bogey. It is second into the sand. Level par 71 today. -5. 279 for the championship.
Fulker's had a nightmare of a day, though. He's gone from tied for 6th place to from 6th to 64th. 13 over par today, Fulker. Had a nightmare.
Keep him away from sharp objects and ropes, I think, Peter.
Absolutely, he's had a dreadful day. So's he. So's he. Suddenly, all caused by hitting his tee shot 10 yards too far. Where's the cigar? There it is. Well, plenty to think about as he moves to the next tee now.
Now back to Ian Woosnam at 15. Having hacked it from that rough, nearly caught the pin. And they're all becoming very aggressive and taking chances in order to produce some result. And as so often happens, the reverse becomes the case.
Way down there, Duval, our leader, is off the fairway. Julian?
Ball's not lying too badly in that he can get a club on it, but it's in that very strong wispy grass that wraps around the club head, so there's a real danger of squirting it left. There's no way he can get up from there. He's still got 211 to the front, so he really's just got to lay up, find the fairway.
Back to Woosie's, this for his bogey. Okay, he's still in there. Plenty to play for. Finished top 4. He'll be zooming up the Ryder Cup points into the top 10, I think. So, still got a knuckle down.
But as Peter Alliss suggested, David Duval does seem to be taking a strong grip on this championship. 3 shots clear of Nicholas Fast, who's finished with that 67. Ernie Els has finished with his 69. Darren Clark, Billy Mayfair, Jimenez, Woosnam, Langer, all trying to put the pressure back on Duval, but he leads by 3.
Duval. Just knock it down. There's There are bunkers across the fairway. Maybe a little left. No, he's got it in the position there. Oh my word, he's chased it on the green. Well, that deserves to win the championship. He's chewing the cud.
I'll never say he can't do anything again. That's outrageous.
Quite outrageous. One good thing about him, he looks the same whether he's playing well or badly, whether it's sunny or rainy. I'd like to know what he eats chewing. It's like that sort of Kendall cake. Well, that was a wonderful shot from Duval.
Bernard Langer, as ever, course management, top class. Down the right-hand side with the pin back left. 190 to the front. Ball just a little bit above his feet and on a slight upslope, so he'll need to take a little bit more club than he would if it was lying flat.
Darren Clarke down the last. Oh, he'll be ruining that 17th hole. Langer now, second shot. Duval in about 15 feet away, in 2. No, they've all suddenly decided to let's be nice to David Day. And he's played a couple of excellent shots. Very few poor, silly shots from Duval today. And unless something very untoward happens to him, it looks as if he's very much in the driving seat.
Mayfair at the 16th. And pretty well judged. The title is certainly in Duval's hands.
Yeah, there was so much excitement about an hour ago. It was so tight. And then a couple of mistakes, a bit of bad luck, a couple of careless shots. And suddenly Duval, there's a 3-shot lead on Nicholas Fath, who's finished off an hour and a half ago.
Par for him is. At the 16th, on the last 4 holes in this golf course, there are 62 bunkers. So there's a lot of things that could happen on the last few holes to Duval. It's certainly not in the bag yet. But I have to say that approach to the 15th was brilliant.
Woozy now, he's got 121 yards to the flag, 95 to the front, the pin back 26. He really needs a birdie now. Shame about 15, but it's still 3 holes to make up for that.
Quiet there, please.
Flag just 3 places from the left edge of the green. Beautiful, magnificent shot.
He struck the ball handsomely today. And of course the 2-stroke penalty on the second tee, having nearly held his tee shot at the first, to find that you've got an extra club in your bag, soul destroying.
Nicky Price in the rough on the right of the 18th here, not good at all. He's got, I don't know whether he's going to be able to get there even with it. He's got 160 yards to go, something pretty lofted to run it and run it and run it, because it's pretty hard now, this fairway in front of the green.
Just got a few stalks of grass behind the ball. It's going to make this very difficult. Got to go left, straight along the ground, impossible.
Langer's pitch to the 15th, third shot.
This I don't think is as bad as it looks. The ball's lying okay, and as I've said before, normally he's so good at these little shots around the green.
Now Wu just holds onto the green, that rolls into a little hollow there.
Darren Clarke second at 18, 156 to go in the middle of the fairway yet again.
Well, fortunately, dragged it away. Poor shot, hit the bank and threw it towards the flag.
Needs a birdie to tie with Fast.
Strange last hour or so, Ken.
Yes, all gladiators battling it out, suddenly making it a little easier for David Duval. Clarke's nasty 6 at the 17th.
Ever in the heat of battle, Houston. Or is it Mark O'Meara? No, it's Houston.
Maybe a tear in the eye. Keep concentrating, Darren, because if you pop that one in, you can still take the title.
Meanwhile, back at the 15th, Langer for a par. Asking a lot to hold this one, but it's doing well. It's just too wide. A good tee shot from Bernhard, but not a particularly good second, and that'll be at best a 5.
Lots of Ryder Cup points at stake. Langer would love to be at the Belfry come September.
Duval for a birdie here at the treacherous 15th. That was a bold one.
Woosnam for a birdie, and if his caddy can line this one up and get the line right, he's still in with a shout. This for a birdie. Go on, go on, go on. Well done. Fantastic effort.
Wow. Duval safely in. Saves it 10 under. 3 ahead of Woosnam. Nicholas Fast is already in the clubhouse at 7 under.
Clark to get to that number. This green a little bit quicker than some of the others, very shiny. Go on, he's got a chance, you know. Oh no, same as Nicholas Fast.
Boy, he's had a touch of the nears today.
Today to go with 70, 69, 69. A terrific performance from Darren Clark. What might have been. Bogey for Price. 11:35, second 38, 2 at 73.
16th tee, Duval. Perfect. We've seen this hole driven several times this week. Parnevik drove it today and yesterday. Tiger also.
Starting a long way right, Mayfair's second to the long par 4 17th. And comes drawing back. The only way you can tell how close the ball's gone to the hole is by the reception you get of the crowd.
Majesty shot, also good. Well, that got a hard bounce. Still going. It's a long way, 20, 30 yards past Duval.
One iron off the 17th tee for Ian Woosnam. Well, safely on the short grass, that's the vital thing.
Yes, he's quite a long way back, but at least he's on the fairway.
Moments ago, this was Jimenez, second.
Here.
Started right, and I think it stayed there. This little cuppy bunker, that one. Very rarely get a flat line.
So just 2.5 holes left in this championship. Will there be more drama? Duval with a 3-stroke lead in the middle of the fairway at the 16th. You'd have to say in a very commanding position. Well, it's been a very good championship. We've had fine crowds. Perhaps we would have liked, we hard men would like a bit more breeze, but it wasn't to be.
Like playing out of a smart car. Been playing most of his golf this year on the US Tour.
132 left to the pin for Duval. He must not go left or long. Just find the middle of the green.
Amazing how his head moves as the club comes to the ball. And he's played conservatively into the front middle of the green. Played a very cool round of golf today, and yesterday played quite beautifully. His round yesterday. He started, here he goes. Wonder what would happen when he's almost got it finished and then... Oh, I can't bear thinking about that, Ken. Hey?
I had a look at the trophy this morning, that the very, very small letters he engraves on it, you can hardly see them.
Beautifully done. Great skill.
Bernard Langer has got 105 left to the pin on 16, and of course he will feel he's got to attack this. Such a dangerous pin to attack there.
Perfect sand wedge distance, though. Perfect. Langer at 5 under, though. Who can still win? Fast can still win. Woosnam can still win. Mayfair and Jimenez, they're both 6 under. I suppose they still could.
Jimenez, though, has this putt for a par. This to stay at 6 under. Well done. Oh-hoo. Ryder Cup possibilities of him, Ken, too.
No doubt about it. Played so well last time.
Sixteenth green, the final pair.
I wouldn't say this is the easiest 2-putt. Very fast the last 8 feet down over the hill.
It's quite a big shoulder, isn't there? The caddy marching up is just coming over the top of it now, between there, coming off the back of that bunker.
Quickly back to Mayfair. Ooh, it went. 6 under he stays.
To Val's third shot at the 16th over the ridge. Very good putt. Expression never changes. And he's decided to go to putt out.
Never won a major. He must be feeling a little nervous.
Another hole safely negotiated, just 2 to go. And they'll have a 3-stroke lead.
crane and a right crane.
Yeah.
Where do you see it? More
It's where
centre or left of
the
that?
flag is on that crane on the right angle. The flag.
Yeah.
Almost got to start over this push together. That's
A little bush.
Yeah, this bush
The
in
push,
front of
yeah, okay.
with the wind.
Yeah, well, the wind's right to left, fairly sharp.
Over this bush, I think.
Yeah. Okay, good swing.
Woozy's taken a long time to work out the line on this one. He's got 213 yards. The wind's into right to left. He's got a very good chance here. If he just lands it right to the pin, the wind's going to help his ball.
Oh, be good. Be good.
You just shoved it a little bit. Players don't see anything from back there. Now, he can't believe that there's no applause at the green end.
I think he's picked the wrong line, Peter.
Yeah. Too far right.
Langer to keep his slim chances going. Great birdie. Lovely 3, 6 under.
Jimenez. Mayfield's already driven. And that's a good one from Ankel. So just 3 games left out on the course now. And down into the 18th in the giant scoreboards on either side, which have been manned so well by the young men from the public schools. Cranley, Charterhouse, Giggleswick, Sedbergh, I think, from there. The headmaster's retiring, or the man responsible for a lot of the golf at Giggleswick, Tony Hillard. Done great work, sir. Your young men are very thankful that you took such an interest in their golf, and send their thanks and wish you well. Still got that spring in his step, but he can't believe, Ken, that he's missed that green by, oh, what is he, 10, well, must be 15, 18 yards wide of the flag.
Now you have to pick your line on one of the trees behind the green or the cranes, and he obviously just didn't choose the right line.
Inevitably, of course, Bernard Langer going with the driver here into the wind on 17. He's made par on here every round so far. And after that excellent birdie on the 16th, if he can just finish with a couple of pars, he'll do his cause no end of good.
Well, Lauren Roberts finished 3-3. What he wouldn't give to do that.
Always keep your eye on the ball. That first bounce, so important. A nice friendly one right in the fairway, right half of it.
Fairways here are relatively flat compared to some links or championship courses that are played. Now Duval.
It's okay. By driving down the left-hand side, it really does shorten this hole up. Couple of key shots yet to play.
Woosnam's third shot. Not enough. Very disappointing, because he thought he played a really good second shot into this green. Just picked the wrong line.
Billy Mayfair just hanging on to the right-hand edge of the 18th. 153 yards to the pin, just 129 to the front. Wind against and from the left. Probably a little 8-iron.
If you're going to get absolutely adjacent to the flag, you'd have to keep the ball between the bunkers and the flag there, but it started right and stayed there. It just seemed to hop in as well, Pete. It might have plugged.
Yes. 10 yards out. Woosnam for a par at the 17th. Oh, he and Darren Clarke have had a few of those last 2 days.
Jimenez has found the 18th fairway. Very commercial. He'll have that to tie Nicholas Faston. Well, not Ian Woosnam anymore, because he's just dropped a shot. Shaker at 3 over today, 3 under. His chances went on the front 9. Ian Woosnam on the back. It's been a terrific performance. What happened to him on the second when he got the 2-shot penalty would have knocked the stuffing out of most people.
Did I ever tell you about the time he caddied for me when David Thomas and I opened the Hill Valley Golf Club in Shropshire? He was, I know he was about 15. He lives to tell the story that Dave and I played, and it was a lovely day. And I had a huge bag. Albert Menshaw was the boss, and I rewarded him, I think, with 2 of the golf balls that I'd played with. So he thought I was a mean monkey then. He probably still thinks I am, but he was a tough little guy then, and he's showing the toughness is still there. I think he's played wonderfully well today. Chick has the honour. Trouble. Oh. I think Ian will have a cut at it with the driver, wouldn't he?
Well, he's enjoyed this 1 iron, but I think he's really got to try and force a birdie out of this hole if he can.
No, he's got the iron out. Let's hope he hits a good one. And he has threaded it between the bunkers, and that's good position. David Dixon, the only amateur, finished with a 74, very respectable total of 285.
Langer second to 17, wind off the right, 182 to the pin.
Oh, what a shot. It's not going to hold, though, is it? Isn't that Dave Thomas territory?
No, he was short. Dave was short. He hit the 7-iron a bit heavy, the front of the green, and took a putter and 3 more to get down, and that was it, tied with Thompson. Mayfair now, little soft bunker shot. Coming down the hill, very awkward.
Just about the left television mast if he wants to go straight for it.
3-shot lead, finding the green. And really now just the 18th to worry about.
He's got a chance. Beautiful putt from Jimenez. Round in 70. And drops strokes at the 14th and 15th. Six under, a great championship.
This is the final game, and it's traditional that once the players have hit their second shots to the final hole, the crowd come onto the fairway, and the stewards do their very best just to hold them back. But up ahead at the green, Mayfair for a par 4. This for 70. Very good.
Big prize money here this week, £600,000 going to the winner. And there's how it looks. Duval leads by 3. There's only one critical shot left. That's his tee shot off the 18th.
Woosnam second to the last.
Notice there's no 3-wood in that bag. He obviously went to the practice round thinking, am I going to take the 1-iron or the 3-wood? Unfortunately, left them both in there.
Checker second. Big drive. He's couple out. Oh, that's handy. And that was his third shot. He drove into the bunker. And a little bit of good fortune. A good, well-struck ball, but to land where it did, those are the sort of bits of good fortune you need to have.
Big cheer just putting Duval off at the 18th. Beautiful judgment. Got a few good breaks or bits of good fortune on the front 9 holes, but got it all under control now.
Yes, Duval has played beautifully, and then we had that patch in the last sort of, well, about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now, where the main challengers all just creaked and groaned a bit. And of course Ian here had the 2-stroke penalty after 1 hole first. He's battled back from that manfully. Without that he would have been 8 under at this point, still 2 behind, but well, we never know what would have happened. It's just one of those things that shouldn't have happened but did. I mean, a quick check on the scoreboard there. He sees if he were to hole it, he'd tie with Nicholas Fast for 2nd place. If he were to 3-putt, on the other hand, well, Ranger's still coming up behind. He could still, with him, I mean, he could still pip him if he holed. But it's 2 putts at worst for Ian. That little shoulder for coming off the bunker affects this at all, or do you think that's just up the right side a bit? Ken, what do you fancy this?
Oh, I think it does affect it a little bit. We've seen those ones are Fast and Darren Clarke's just one to left at the hole side. With this with time for 2nd position.
Good pace. Oh, just even at that pace, it just swung by.
Putt for Langer. Just kissing David Duval's mark on the way by.
Checker. That's a very fighting 4. Drove in the bunker. 73 for Alex. Very shaky start, but from there on played very well. Now this could be very costly, Ken.
And it's also a really horrible one. Shiny bit of green, hard baked. Well, my fingers are crossed.
Well done.
.71 today. He was 3 over par after the opening 4 holes, which included a 2-shot penalty for an extra club. Terrific performance. 3 under, he played the holes from there on. Signing the ball to give to someone, probably not his caddy.
Langer. 4 at the 17th. Stays at 6 under. So a birdie at the last for him would take him to a tie with Nicholas Fast for 2nd.
Oh my goodness gracious. That went right round the hole.
So that's how it stands with Duval, a 3-stroke lead, 1 hole to play. Langer can still sneak ahead of that gang at 6 under, finish 2nd with Nicholas Fast. But David has a great luxury of having a 3-stroke lead on this final hole.
Let's go back to Tony Jacklin. Remember when he won here?
I do indeed, yes. He hit a beautiful drive down the final hole. The contrasting colour of the grass where the spectators have been and the teeing ground. Won't take too long to recover. A little bit of rain and a bit of warm sunshine. It's amazing.
Peter, I was just thinking, David Duval, about this time last year, was in the process of self-destructing in the road hole bunker when he had a chance of tying second the Open at St Andrews and took about 47 to get out and fell back to 11th place. So maybe he's obviously forgotten about that, and justice is being done this time.
I wonder what it'll take off the tee. You could hit a 5-iron, a 1-iron, a 3-wood or a driver.
I reckon he might give it a crack with a driver.
Well, Langer can get to 8 under if he holds his second shot.
Yes, true. And if Duval lost his ball, he could be the winner. He could suddenly win the championship. Like an old dog found a place to settle. Not the driver, Ken.
As Chingy used to say, the old harpoon.
The old harpoon, the man in the moon. Spoon. Well, that's perfect now, but it only just got past that bunker on the right. I don't know whether it would if it had been aimed at it. Now, what does Mr. Duval do? Give it the big driver. Smash it. Yeah. Aim it down those bunkers on the left. Slide it. Henry Longhurst said all those years ago, what a corker. Security, security. And as soon as the players get far enough down, the crowds will come onto the fairway and come down to the edge of the green. How many times have we seen players lost in the great melee as they got close to the 18th green? Can you remember Arnold Palmer lost a shoe? Jacklin, I think, lost a shoe. We've had all sorts of dramas.
It always takes me back to 1980 when I was out the final pairing with Tom Watson. There's a real cavalry charge. It's a scramble for everyone to get through.
Well, you can see there's a ring of spectators already up 60 or 70 yards short of the green, and they'll part through the middle to let the players through. There's the umbrella going up to show the stewards at that end where the players are. And I think Duval just beginning to relax a little bit and realize that he is going to be this year's champion. Greg Owen, who gave us so much pleasure, ended with a 73 today, 282 total. Very well played. Great week for him. This is where it gets a bit claustrophobic. And through without a mark.
Better than last year, so far.
Terrific scenes, record crowds, well, big crowds all week. It must be up there around the 40,000 again today.
66s today from Bob Estes and Mikko Ilinen. 60s Davislav, Kevin Sutherland, Fast, all 67, and Duval a 4 for a 67 also.
Course this week has been beautifully set up. Weather's been kind.
Bernard's got a long way to go. You see the left-hand turret of the clubhouse and the 3 sort of windows looking at us. That turret's a good line for him, Ken, from here, isn't it? Doesn't want to flirt down the right side.
No, there's no prizes for drifting down the right at all. Difficult to get down in 2 from there.
145. I think so.
Wind slightly into off the left.
Better off hitting that hard and trying to hit the other one soft. Let's say that.
Just between clubs and going for the shorter one. A bit easier to work the ball from right to left if you're hitting it hard.
A little white circle on the fairway denotes a yardage from the... They take it from to the front of the green, Ken, don't they? To the white, blue, red, whatever they are.
Yeah, the dot is to the front, then you add the pin on.
Yep. Nice shot. 2 putts for 71 for Langer. Well, I don't think much can go wrong now.
He's brilliant at these shots as well.
Come on, guys.
Low flight, drills them in with a little bit of cut spin.
Come on, quiet, please. Quiet, please. Hold stand still. Quiet, please.
Okay, let everybody settle down here, Dean.
Right, come on, everybody, quiet.
Mitch Knox is caddy.
No, it's not. It's good for one of those partners.
Practically a riot down here. There's so much shouting going on. Poor guy hasn't got a chance of playing. I think they've settled now.
Quiet, please.
Oh, yes. Well, that was a shot of a champion. A champion fighting to wake his way through the crowd.
Well, it was a little worrying when he's pushing and showing. Oh, dear, he's under the rope now.
And there he is. it will be engraved with David Duval's name by the time the presentation ceremony happens in 5-10 minutes time.
Bernard Langer just getting David Duval to move his marker out of his line. Not quite sure exactly how the ball's going to break, so don't forget to put it back, David.
Langer has this putt to tie with Nicholas Fast for second place. Otherwise there'll be 6 of them tied, and then of course David Duval will take first prize, Fast the second, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 prizes will all be added together, and each one of those players will have an equal share. Now this is worth a lot of money, this putt. "47 feet, our magic machine tells us this putt. What's the betting? Can we get in the hole?
Or you're the man.
Or you're the man, yes. Well, that's a nice variety.
Right to left.
Doesn't hit it. Yes, he had. No, he hasn't. 2 putts to win. That was a beautiful putt. So he goes into tie for third place. '71. You can do it. I think I could do it in there with 3 putts. Julie is a special lady.
Taking a long while, isn't he? Perhaps just waiting for...
Yes, I think they go onto automatic pilot, you know. They're doing Ryder Cup matches. I've seen people have 4 for the hole from here, and everyone's busy lining up putts, and the other people don't concede. Most extraordinary. It's because they play so much medal golf, I suppose. Just down the right.
Just down the right. 4 putts for it.
Finish with a 3. This for a 66. Oh, it didn't come. It stayed there. Very fine round. 67, 65 yesterday. And the champion, David Duval.
Quite some performance, Peter.
Yes. And he's done it. Not showing great emotion, but I fancy we might see the possibility of even a tear at the ceremony. You never know.
He's been a good player for a long, long while, Duval. Certainly deserves a major championship.
This is a recorder's hut where the players go in and check the scorecards. Keep out.
Well, this time yesterday evening, that leaderboard was so congested, but now there is one important piece of daylight, and it's a bit of daylight that gives David Duval his first major championship. He's the Open champion by 3 shots from Nicholas Fast, who takes second place on his own, and then 6 players in a tie for third. Ernie Els, Ian Woosnam, who's emerged from this final round with a tale to tell. Miguel Jimenez, Bernard Langer, Darren Clarke, and Billy Mayfair all share third spot on 6 under par. Jesper Parnevik on 5 under par, and the important mathematics being done in the recorder's hut, and the important engraving being done for the old claret jug. We'll see that presented very shortly with the name of David Duval, Open champion, suitably engraved. Final round of 67 for 10 under par. Let's take you down other scores. Jesper Parnevik, as I say, on 5 under par, and other players on 5 under par: Sergio Garcia, Kevin Sutherland, the Californian, Mika Ilonen. Des Smith, he had a splendid Open Championship in a final round of 71, and that 13th spot qualifies him for next year. Colin Montgomerie, somewhat disappointing, really, the last 3 days. And at 4 under par, Lauren Roberts, Vijay Singh, who threatened for a while today. Davis Love had a splendid round of 67 much earlier. And there's Greg Owen, a round of 73, 2 under par, never able to get going after a double bogey at the second, but he's had an Open Championship to be proud of. Tiger Woods with, well, his worst major championship since he turned professional. And Barry Lane, level par round of 70. He continues his excellent recent form. Justin Rose, that round of 70 included a triple bogey 7. And Philip Price at 1 over par, and David Dixon, the proud amateur who long since claimed the amateur silver medal that was won here back in 1996 by a certain Tiger Woods. Other players on 2 over par include Padraig Harrington, Andrew Coulthard, Mark O'Meara and Paul Lawrie in that group at 3 over par. And Lee Westwood, a round of 74 today, he finishes at 4 over. Former champion Mark Calcavecchia in the group at 5 over par. Paul McGinley and Jose Maria Olazabal had disappointing final days. Gordon Brown Jr., a round of 74, he finishes at 7 over par. And Sandy Lyle, well, disappointing final couple of days. But the champion is David Duval. Mark James, reaction to what you've seen? We've seen a good championship won by a good champion.
Yeah, great championship. The course was absolutely A1, 100%. And the last 2 days it was anybody's, and Duval was the one who came out of the pack, played really strongly, 65, 67 finish, and no faltering under the cosh on the back 9, and he deserves it.
We'll talk about David Duval more in a few minutes' time. What the newspapers are going to be writing about to a great deal tomorrow is Ian Woosnam and that great swing of fortune and misfortune he had in the opening 2 holes. Let's remind everyone of the tee shot on the opening hole, first of all, starting at 6 under par. What a start this was. What a start this could have been.
Fantastic shot, and just the sort of start you want. You know, surge of adrenaline after a shot like this to start with is incredible. And he makes his 2 and he gets on to the next tee. And I don't know who discovered that he had 1 club too many. As Ken Brown said on the commentary, he was probably trying to decide between a 1 iron and a 3 wood on the range.
See the spring in his step as he left the first green, and then, well, he gets the news that there's 1 club too many in the bag and a 2-shot penalty, and absolutely crushed, as you can imagine. And he dropped shots after that, dropped a couple of shots, and then managed to rally, turn the round about, and that is to his credit.
He did well. I mean, he plugged away. He dropped shots on 3 and 4. He just plugged away. He got an eagle on 6, and I think that probably made a big difference. That got him right back up there, somewhere near the lead at the time. And you know, he kept going. I mean, he did brilliantly to keep going and play the way he did.
Certainly did. This was the eagle on 6 that got him back to 5 under par, and then was a birdie on the 11th. And this rather ignited the crowd again.
Yeah, that was an incredible putt home. But I mean, he'll look back on the championship, not so much maybe that he didn't win it because Duval looked rock solid, but at the end of the day, if he misses the Ryder Cup by the odd spot, then this is what will have cost him. Yeah. It looks like Woosnam and Langer will jump into round about 10th and 11th spots on the list. Yeah. Nicholas Fast will go straight into the team, so you know, that may be the one thing that will disappoint him.
Yeah, that was the birdie at 13. Here's another birdie at 16, and the European Ryder Cup team can do with this kind of spirit, this kind of fighting quality, can't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what's happened today is we've got Nicholas Fast, a good young player in, and we've got Woosnam and Langer, two grizzled old veterans, now in around 10th and 11th on the list. So it's building up for a good mix in the team.
Okay, Ian Woosnam has been down alongside the clubhouse talking with Dougie Donnelly.
Ian, it's a day I think that every golfer in the world will be feeling for you. Has that awful mistake cost you the Open?
Well, David did something stupid down the last he could have done, you know, never know, but did rattle me a little bit after starting with the two. Very, very disappointed. You know, it took me about 4 or 5 hours to recover, really. I just really very disappointed.
During which time you obviously scored those 2 bogeys, which, well, we'll never know, but you'd think that the way you'd started, that would never happen, would it? Well,
hopefully not, but these things do happen, mistakes do happen, but I just had a good comeback in the end, give it my best anyway.
Yeah, let me get the difficult question out of the way. I know it's your responsibility ultimately, but do you blame Miles, the caddy?
One of these, I know it's my responsibility, but I was messing around with a couple of drivers on the practice ground. Also, I thought it'd been taken out, but he thought someone else had taken it out. But it's, you know, that's his job, his bag is, you know. But these things do happen, and you know, it's just a bit of a shocker. It's a nightmare.
And as you say, afterwards you played wonderfully well. You must be very proud of the way you came back from that sickening disappointment.
Yeah, I know. It's a couple of bad shots on that, and a few holes after that. But I played pretty solid after that. Had a couple of nice long putt on 11, but. Yeah, I'm happy with where I finished anyway.
You've been making noises recently, Ian, about maybe winding things down a little bit, but I would imagine that this has very much rekindled the old appetite.
I think when you get something like this, I know I can compete now and go out, and maybe next year I can maybe win it.
Ryder Cup?
Well, that's going to put me a lot closer. I only need, as I say, I keep saying, one good finish and I'm there, and one more, and that definitely will do it, I think.
You figured in the Open's big story today. You didn't want to. Well played, Ian.
Thanks very much.
Well, let's hope he makes that European Ryder Cup team. Let's talk a little about David Duval, who's won for the USA once again in Ryder Cup year. A major championship title that's a little overdue, to say the least.
Yeah, he's come close a number of times. And just been pipped at the post. He's rarely showed any sign of weakness under pressure in a major. And this time it was the turn of the others to not quite get there and his turn to just stay ahead, and he played beautifully the last few holes.
He showed some very resolute form, only dropped 1 shot all the way round. This was the birdie at the 3rd that got him going, got him to 7 under par. Putting form was always going to be a decisive element today, wasn't it?
Yes, you've got to have luck on your side, and that shot, we saw his 2nd shot at the 3rd earlier, and that got a kindly bounce. And whoever wins, you're going to have some luck. But he played great as well, and he certainly deserves it. That was the 6th, I think.
That was an eagle chance, and he ended up with another birdie, which got him to 8 under par. This was at the 7th. Another chance for eagle, and he was giving himself these chances.
He was, but he got away with the drive a little on 6, but he'd hit 2 wonderful shots up here at 7 and a simple 2-putt for birdie, and he was cruising now. He was just hitting fairways and greens. This was 11 after hitting his 2nd shot right, and this was a wonderful bunker shot. Thought at first he'd hit it heavy, he took quite a lot of sand, but he must have known exactly what he was doing.
And the birdie followed there, got him to 10 under par. And the birdie at 13 really put him completely in control.
That was a good 2nd shot to that hole. It's not easy to, when you're trying to make pars, to keep thumping it right at the pin.
And in the end, he won at 10 under par, 3-shot margin of victory that makes David Duval the Open champion. And he's getting ready to talk now with Dougie Donnelly.
Duval Open champion, how good does that feel?
So good, I'm having a hard time getting comfortable sitting. You know, it's a great thing, especially after last year. I worked my way in the final group last year, and probably shouldn't have been playing, Dougie. I was so injured, and I just couldn't do it. You know, I gave it a try, and I couldn't stay with it, and soon thereafter I was actually out for about 10 or 12 weeks.
So the memories of the road hole bunker are finally gone forever.
You know what? It's funny. A lot has been said of that, and the golf tournament was over before I got in there and had all that happen. All that did was cost me some money and spots on the field. I mean, in essence, you know, I finished 2nd. I was the only other player who had a chance to win the golf tournament. You know, but it just, you know, I was at a point where I had to try to get it, you know, knock it in and pray for a miracle on the last, and
You know, it's a tough place, and it's just not a spot to be.
Yeah. Let's talk about this year,
Yes.
and this weekend particularly. How pleased are you with the way you played under this kind of pressure?
I'm very, very pleased, actually. I didn't quite, I don't feel like I swung the golf club particularly well the first couple days.